evil blanket fish has awoken.
Alright. Looks like everything's coming in. We're live again, and continuing with Disc 4 of Lost Odyssey. Which, as the title of today's stream points out, we're going to track down all the dreams that we can before we continue with the story. So, we're gonna get as many dreams as we can, because I think there's about 3 of them or so that you can't actually get until we get another ship or a bigger ship. Hey Ragna, how you doing? And then we can run the story up until we get to right before the final boss, point of no return, and then
Hi everybody!
Look to see if there's any more side quests we want to do. Which actually are quite a few. I found a wiki page for the game, and there's actually quite a lot of optional stuff that opens up in this disc. Nah, I didn't sleep well, and then I went to work, and when I was out of work, I tried to take a nap, and it wasn't enough. And I was in a bad mood and tired and everything else. So I just opted to take the day off yesterday. And then today, granted it actually took a different path and didn't really get anywhere near us, but I had put up, I think I'd put up in Discord basically that we had a tropical storm that could possibly pass by over us today, but it didn't. It kind of nudged us a little bit in the morning, which is why I said that my internet was kind of going off and on. Because before I went to sleep today, I noticed that it cut off about 3 or 4 times for a couple of seconds. Like the internet completely died 3 or 4 times when we were getting a bunch of rain, but then the storm veered off away from us and we haven't had any since. So everything seems to be fine now, but, if it does decide to do that again, just know that the internet could just randomly die at some point. Alright. So the ranking of lives, we did that one the last time right before we finished. So the next one would be in the Goatson refugee camp. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's 5 that we can do right now. So, it's gonna be a lot of trauma. This one just says, walk to the middle of the camp with a full party. In this village ringed by jagged mountains, the woman gave birth to many children. 5 or 6 is not uncommon. Just the other day, the wife of the village headman gave birth to her 10th child. "Why do you think that is?" the young fellow asked the traveler, looking down at the snow-blanketed village. Kime cocks his head in search for an answer. Meanwhile, the young man takes something like a piece of crystal candy from a small leather pouch. He pops it into his mouth and says with a laugh, "'Cause they die right away." "The children? Hardly anybody grows up to be an adult. Most kids die after 5 or 6 short summers. Look at the village headsman's wife. She's lost 7 kids already." Whether from a genetic problem or a disease endemic to the area, the people of this village have always had short lives, he says. Way, way back. "Now that you mention it," says Kame, "I haven't seen any old people here." "See what I mean? A few decades ago, I'm told, one person lived to be 50, but people say that's the oldest anyone ever got in the whole history of the village. This is why we give birth to lots of kids. Give birth to a lot and lose a lot. If just one of them lives into adulthood, though, the family line is saved and the village history continues. See my point?" The young man is 16, as is his wife. Their first child is due to be born any day now, literally today or tomorrow. The young man crunches down on the candy in his mouth. "Let's get going," he says. And around his wrists he winds the ropes he uses to pull the sled. He hasn't loaded the sled yet, but dragging up the steep, snow-covered road is hard work. This, he says, is why the pay is so good. Only a few days earlier, he lost his good friend and fellow worker, who had been 3 years his senior. When Kime happened along, the young man asked him if he would help by pushing the sled from behind until they cleared the pass. Kime agreed, and they became an instant team. Kime circles around the back of the sled and asks, "You don't have any animals to pull the sled?" "Afraid not," says the young man. "I know it's strange, but our horses and cattle and donkeys all die young. You can spend a lot of money at the town market buying an animal, and it'll keel over before it's done a lick of work. Finally, the best way is for us humans to plow the fields and pull the sleds ourselves." The arms with which the young man himself is pulling the sled are massive, and he forges through the road's snowy cover with powerful steps. His fellow worker was stronger still, he says. "He taught me how to pull the sled, how to set rabbit traps, how to build a fire. All the skills I need to live, with all the love he would give to a kid brother. Before I knew it, he was gone." "People here always die suddenly," he says. "They can be perfectly healthy one minute and drop dead the next. No time for suffering, just like that. No time to call a doctor. Even if a doctor comes, there's nothing he can do." "Did your friend die that way?" "Uh-huh. He was shoveling the snow that piled up overnight, clearing the road when he dropped dead. By the time we ran over to help him, he was gone. That's how it always is. Always. That's how they die. Grown-ups, kids, everyone." "And you too, then?" "I guess so. Nobody knows when the moment is coming. Might be decades from now, or it could be tomorrow." After this cool pronouncement, the young man turns to look at Kime, and pointing to his own chest, says with a smile, "Or maybe even now." The smile is genuine. without a hint of despair or bitterness toward the cruelty of his fate. "Aren't you afraid to die?" Kime starts to ask him, but stops himself. It's a stupid question, he decides, and one that he is not qualified to ask. Where could a man burdened with eternal life find appropriate words to speak to a man burdened with the threat of sudden death? Kime and the young man keep dragging the sled up the steep mountain path. Their destination is the lake beyond the path. The young man's job calls for him to cut ice from the surface of the frozen lake and transport it back to the village. We in the village call the lake the Spring of Life. You trace the source of the water that bubbles out of the ground here and there into the village, you always wind up at the Spring of Life. Kime nods silently. The ice from the Spring of Life takes forever to melt. That's why I look. You can even do this. Again, the young man takes a piece of crystal candy, or rather ice, from his leather pouch and puts it in his mouth. It gives you energy. It's indispensable when doing hard work for pregnant women or infants. Put a piece in your mouth and it gives you instant strength. Noticing a connection here. The young man offers a piece to Kime, who nods again in silence. You're really not supposed to give any to outsiders, but you're special because I'm putting you to work. If I give it to you, though, I want you to help me load the ice on the sled. I can handle it by myself on the way back. Kime silently accepts the ice from the young man, who assures him, it tastes good too, and watches him smiling. Kime averts his gaze somewhat and puts the piece in his mouth. The ice should be nothing but frozen water, but it has a mild sweetness, just as Kime expected. He spits it out when the young man is not looking. Poison. I know that taste, thinks Kime. The village people are used to this taste, so they think nothing of it. Without a doubt, though, there is poison in the ice. The long flow of time smooths over the wounds inflicted by history. The permanently snow-capped peaks make people forget the existence of the wide world on the other side. The man calls this lake the Spring of Life, but those who live far beyond the mountains at the source of the river that feeds the lake used to know it as the Pit of Death. Long, long ago, several hundred years ago, the entire area around the river's source was polluted with the poisonous metallic overflow from a mine. The river was filled with dead fish floating belly up, and the poisonous gas that rose like a mist from the ground killed both the earthbound animals and the birds in the sky. The forest withered, and the lively town that had grown up with the development of the mine became a deserted ruin. Nature took many years to recover, but the forest eventually turned green again, which attracted small animals and eventually the larger animals that hunted them. People, however, never came back. There was no one left to hand down the story of the tragedy that occurred at the river's source deep in the mountains. The only one who knows everything that happened is Kime, a man who has lived 1,000 years. The young man stands by the frozen lake and takes a nice, satisfying stretch. You know, he says to the traveler, I sometimes think this village just might be the closest one to heaven in the whole world. Perhaps it's because we are too close to heaven that we're all summoned by the gods early on. Don't you think that might be true? Kime says nothing in response to this. Over many years, this lake has accumulated the metallic poison that flowed into it from upstream. Over many years, the poison that infiltrated the soil has mingled with the groundwater, bubbling up in the spring water with which the villagers slake their thirst. No one knows the exact chemical makeup of the poison, but at least it does not cause the villagers to suffer until, at the last moment of their lives, the accumulated poison suddenly takes its toll. This may be its one fortunate aspect. On the other hand, this might simply make the misfortune it brings all the more conspicuous. Still, the young man says as he saws off a piece of ice by the shore, I do hope that the children my wife and I will be able to live longer lives. Say, if we have 5, at least one of them will live long enough to grow up and have kids. That way for me, it'd be like finding some meaning in having been born into this world. It was the same with my father and mother and my grandparents. They all had lots of kids and mourned the loss of lots of kids, but managed to raise 1 or 2 to adulthood before they died. That's what gives our life meaning. He wipes the sweat from his brow and puts another piece of ice candy in his mouth. If I were to tell him everything I know, thinks Kime. If I were to tell him everything that's been buried in the darkness of history, and he were to tell the other villagers, the tragedy might not have to be repeated. The young man says, "When a baby is born, they ring the village bell. Also when someone dies. The same for both. Birth and death are like two sides of the same coin. So there's no sadness when someone dies. Everybody sees them off with a smile and a wish. You go ahead of us to heaven and save a good spot there for us. You understand that sentiment?" "I do," says Kime. "I do. That's how we've always done it. Welcoming lots of new lives into the village and sending lots of lives off to heaven. I've never been much with students, so I don't know exactly how to put this, but I kind of think that maybe the village closest to heaven, a place where life and death are right next door to each other." The young man gives Kime an embarrassed smile at the sound of his own words. "Maybe it's because I'm about to have a kid of my own that I'm starting to think about these complicated things." "No, that's fine. I see exactly what you mean," Kime says. The moment the word leaves his mouth, a bell sounds from the foot of the hill. Several long, slow rings. "That's it!" exclaims the young man. "My child has been born." He dips his head and says again, as if savoring the sound of his own words, "My child!" While the bell is rung likewise for births and deaths, the young man says the sound in each case is subtly different. When a young villager learns to tell the two apart, he or she is considered to be an adult. "Hope this one lives a long time," the young man says, choking with the flood of emotions that show on his face. But then he goes on as if to negate his own hopes for the future. "Either way, whether it lives a long time or not, my child has now been born in this world. That's all that matters. I'm so happy, so happy." Eyes full of tears, he turns a beatific smile on Kime. And then, still smiling, he collapses where he stands. Kime lays the young man's corpse on the sled and returns to the village. As the young man said, the villagers accept his death with the same smiles they had for the birth of his baby. Death is not a time for sorrow. It simply marks whether one has been called to heaven earlier or later. The young man's wife takes an ice candy from the leather pouch he has left behind and places it gently into the baby's mouth. "I want you to grow up to be strong and healthy," she says. "Daddy is saving a wonderful place for you up in heaven, but go there slowly, slowly. Until you go to heaven, I want you to grow up here in the village so you're nice and big." Her words have the gentle tone of a lullaby. Kime says nothing. He is to stand unflinchingly for what is right. His silence may be a crime. But burdened with eternal life, Kime knows how suspect the right can be. Throughout history, people have fought and wounded and killed each other in the name of what they declare to be right. By comparison, the look on the dead young man's face is tranquility itself. The village closest to heaven is filled with happiness indeed. The baby starts to cry, its loud wailing like a celebration of the beginning of its own life, however short that life is likely to be. Kime leaves the village with a smile on his face. Village bell begins to peal, reverberating with utter clarity through the distinct mountains as if to bestow a blessing on the young man who lived life to the fullest with neither resentment nor regret. And when this too long life of mine draws to a close, Kime thinks, I'd like to be sent off with the sound of bells like this if possible. Because he knows that day will never come, Kime walks on, never stopping, never looking back. His long journey is far from over. They didn't mention anything about it, but I thought for sure they were going to make a correlation between the strength that they get from eating that ice candy and it shortening their lives. Like maybe it was like some kind of hyper stimulant that was giving them all that energy but cutting their life short. Next one is at the campfire. The waterfall lies deep in the forest, more than a day's travel from the nearest village. It is said to be a holy place. In search of the divine amid the towering peaks, pilgrims stand beneath the plunging falls in their final ascetic practice. The water of the falls is freezing cold. All it takes is a momentary lapse of concentration, and the person is hammered down by the rushing water. Pilgrims call this waterfall the Stones of Heaven. Heaven is testing their mental and physical strength, they say, by hurling an endless stream of stones down upon them in the form of a powerful waterfall. And the stones have a mysterious power, a former pilgrim says to Kine with a pained smile. He himself failed in this final austerity, he adds. Different stones of heaven fall on each person. It's as if they can see into your heart. What do you mean, Kine asks? The burdens you bore and the other dreams you dreamed in the secular world appear to you one after the other. In his own case, he says, what came to him first were the voices of women. The water plunging down into the base of the falls begins to sound like women's voices. Sweet voices whispering in my ear. Voices sobbing. Voices moaning in a lover's embrace. An incredible variety. And for better or worse, I knew every single one of them. Some I was thrilled to hear again, while others I hated remembering. Meaning, you've gotten yourself into a lot of trouble involving them. I have indeed. Not to boast or anything, but that was one battlefield I knew better than anybody. I survived, but I made a lot of women cry, and there were a lot of them I loved. My whole purpose in undertaking the austerities was to put that life behind me. The stones of heaven know what you're doing. In the final test, they go after your greatest weakness. If you waver the slightest bit, you've had it. The water slams you down and your austerities are over. The man feeds a stick of kindling into the campfire. I'm not the only one, he continues. One fellow heard the voice of the mother he hadn't seen since he was a little boy. Another heard the voice of his dead child. Is it always voices? I wish it were. If you hold up through the voices, the waterfall's mist starts changing into the shapes of people. You might see somebody who you hated so much in the secular world that you wanted to kill him. Or it might be some loan shark you had to go into hiding to get away from. One little flinch and you're done for. This particular austerity can be formed only once. There are no second chances. Someone who has persevered for a whole day and night, but who fails in the end has no choice but return to the secular world of defeat, as this man did. Not that it was easy for me to get back on my feet again once I was back there, either. The man chuckles and calls out to a young pilgrim. Or more precisely, to a young man who was a pilgrim until a few moments ago, but who has just now dragged himself up to the lip of the basin in utter dejection. Hey, young fellow, campfire's over here. We got liquor to warm up your insides and some fresh grilled meat. Get a little of that in your stomach and you'll have the strength to make it down to the village. The man now makes his living as a master of the tea house by the waterfall. Of course, pilgrims undergoing austerities carry no money with them. The man is not expecting to become rich doing this work. For bodies chilled by long hours of pounding under the waterfall, he provides a warming fire, food, and drink, and sometimes even money to tide them over when they first go down to the village. Payment can be made at any time. Men can bring in the money after they have started to take in earnings again from jobs they find in the secular world. He sets no date for repayment. He takes no IOUs. He says he is fine with that. Aren't there some who don't pay at all? Kaim asks. Of course there are, the man says matter-of-factly. But I think of my running this tea house as another kind of discipline for myself. Another kind of discipline. That's right. Stones of Heaven will accept only the strongest pilgrims. The ones unperturbed by anything. The role I want to play is to accept the ones who are broken by the Stones of Heaven. The weak human beings. I want to go on accepting the weakest of the weak. Kind who not only succumb to the Stones of Heaven, but who even fail to pay for their food and drink afterwards. That's your kind of discipline? Exactly. Makes for a hard living, that's for sure. I thought I was prepared to deal with cheats and weaklings, but there are a lot more of those than I ever bargained for, he declares with a hearty laugh. But then he quickly turns serious and says, to tell you the truth, I think of this less as a form of discipline than as a way to get even. Get even? With whom? With those gods or whatever they are that keep hurling down their stones of heaven. Human beings are weak, shockingly so in the eyes of a god. But I think this is not just because of what happened to me. Being weak is the best thing about human beings. Weakness can make us cunning, but it can also make us kind. Weakness can torment us, but it can just as easily be our salvation. Don't you see? If the gods are hurling down their stones of heaven just to make people aware of their own weakness, just to make us savor our own powerlessness, and I'd just as soon drop my trousers and moon them. Slap my bare butt and say to them, I'm not like you. I'm not going to punish human beings for being weak. I accept them for what they are, weakness and all. The man feeds a new piece of kindling to the fire and says with a shy shrug, I guess I got carried away. Kaim smiles and shakes his head as if to say, not at all. Tell me though, the man goes on, I see you're a traveler, but you don't seem to be a pilgrim. You're right, I'm not, Kaim says. I was trying to cross over the pass and took the wrong road. Now then, as long as you're here, why not give the Stones of Heaven a try? It'll be something to talk about. No thanks, Kaim says, smiling. What's the matter? Afraid they're going to show you whatever it is that shakes you up? The man smiles and nods. Can't say I blame you, though. The man is mistaken about Kaim. He is not the least bit afraid of such a thing. What scares him is the opposite prospect. That of not being shaken up. Of encountering in himself a person unmoved by anything at all. Anyway, it'd be suicide to jump into the waterfall without preparation. How's that? It's freezing cold for one. There's even colder water bubbling up from a spring in the basin. Even the most well-conditioned person has to be careful and take time to accustom himself to the low temperature. Going all at once, it can stop your heart. The man jerks his chin in the direction of the falls as if to say, look at them. Two new pilgrims are preparing themselves for the challenge of the Stones of Heaven. The men appear to be brothers. Yawning. The only one kneels at the edge of the basin, splashing himself and massaging the cold water into his skin from foot to heart level. The younger brother is too impatient for that, and wants to jump right into the falls. The older brother cautions him and takes all the time he needs to accustom himself to the water's coldness. He exudes the quiet power of one who has withstood the most rigorous training. Tea house owner says to Kaim, smiling. We're in for a rare privilege. I think we're about to see the first successful attempt in a long while. You can tell, Kaim asks. You can if you spend as much time here as I have. The winners and losers are decided before the men ever step onto the falls. Having completed his meticulous preparations, the elder brother enters the basin. Even then, the steps he takes are slow and cautious. The younger brother follows him in, kicking up a spray with every step. The younger one is hopeless, says the man with a sigh, adding another stick of kindling to the fire. I'd better get the liquor ready now, he mutters to himself. The brothers stand side by side beneath the pounding waterfall. Stones of heaven rain down upon them. As the man predicted, the elder brother, utterly calm, stands up to the onslaught of images sent by the Stones of Heaven. Also, as the man predicted, the younger brother yields to the stones of heaven and is beaten down into the basin of the waterfall. But then something happens that goes far beyond what the man predicted. Writhing in agony, the younger brother bobs helplessly in the basin, unable to raise himself. He is drowning. He tears at his own chest. His heart is failing. He was not fully prepared to enter the icy water. "Help me, brother, please!" But the elder brother doesn't move. He remains under the waterfall in total concentration. "Hey, what are you doing there? Hurry and help him," the man yells. But the elder brother's expression remains unchanged. He never flinches. "He's drowning. You can't just leave him like that. He'll die." The elder brother never moves. He grits his teeth, keeps his eyes clamped shut, and shows no sign of moving out from under the waterfall, as if to declare, "This is it. This is the final test of the stones of heaven." The man screams at him, "You idiot!" and dives into the rolling basin in a rash effort to help the younger brother. For the moment his untrained body hits the frigid water, the shock of it seizes his heart. Still, he reaches out toward the drowning brother who is sinking beneath the surface. A great shudder goes through him, and with an enormous groan he takes hold of the young man's wrist and pulls his limp body toward him. He tries to return to the shore, but his strength gives out and he falls back into the water. Next, it is Kaim's turn to dive into the basin beneath the fall. He takes hold of the two unconscious men and drags them toward the shore. The stones of heaven pour down on Kaim. He's assaulted by one vision after another. Battlefields, scenes from his wanderings, shooting stars, the climbing and sinking sun, raging winds, and countless deaths of those he has come to know on the road of his all-too-long life. "It will do you no good," he silently declares to the gods hurling the stones of heaven at him. "My heart remains unmoved. I have lived through a reality far crueler than any phantom you can show me." Whether or not his life is a sign of his strength, he does not know. He will not boast of it, nor will he tell the tale to others. He has, however, lived it. That much is certain. He has lived it through the years. Kaim climbs onto the shore and lays the limp bodies of the tea house master and the younger brother beside the fire. As he warms himself, he thinks, the gods who hurl the stones of heaven are inferior gods. If they could truly see into everything, they would never have been foolish enough to show Kaim scenes from his past. For what would disturb him most of all would be the unwelcome sight of moments from his own limitless future. And if they were to ask him one simple question, "For what purpose were you born?" his knees would buckle in an instant. The first to regain consciousness is the young pilgrim. The tea house master's condition is critical. Kaim attempts to warm him and massage his clenched heart have little effect. "Pull yourself together now. Look, we got a fire here. Fire you built. Let it warm you." Kaim shouts into his ear until the man finally manages to force his eyes open a crack and move his purple lips. Is he alright?" "Sure, he's fine. Don't worry." "Oh, good. Good. Pull yourself together, man. Tell me, though, is strength the same as coldness?" "Never mind, stop talking. Because if that is true, if strength is coldness, I don't want any part of it." The man gives Kaim a faint smile and closes his eyes. He will never open them again. Human beings are weak and fragile. All it takes for a person to die is for a fist-sized organ to stop beating. Human kindness, on the other hand, may derive from everyone's profound awareness of the fragility of life. Facing the tea house master's lifeless corpse, the younger brother hangs his head and cries. This weak man, defeated by the stones of heaven, sheds heartfelt tears for the man who saved his life. His strong elder brother, meanwhile, is still pounded by the waterfall, unfazed by the stones of heaven. Surely his strength will be recognized by the gods, and he will bring his ascetic training to perfect completion. Still, Kaim finds the tear-stained face of the younger brother beautiful in a way the stronger elder brothers can never be. He wishes that he himself could be moved like the younger man. There was an unmatched nobility in the last smile of the tea-house master who gave up his life to save that of a complete stranger. Kaim wishes that he, too, could experience such feelings. What of my own face? Living through 1,000 years of life is not strength. Yet, burdened with a life he cannot lose, will Kaim ever be able to change weakness into kindness? This he cannot tell. He can only live unknowing, can only walk on, can only continue his journey. Kaim looks at his reflection in the basin of the waterfall. On the water's heaving surface, he sees the trembling face of a lonely wanderer. Okay, that's 2 of 5. Ow, it hurts. Mom said I'd get better if I take my medicine, but it still hurts. I'll be gone soon, Henri says. So it makes no difference, a life like this. She smiles with some effort, puts a grey tablet on her tongue and swallows it. Use or possession of this drug by ordinary people is prohibited by law and strictly controlled. The person taking it feels as if every bone in his or her body is melting. All the anxieties and cares of life vanish as the individual wanders in the space between languor and pleasure. Why don't you take one too? Henri pulls another tablet from her leather pouch and holds it out to Kaim, who is standing by her bed. Coward, she says with a grim smile when he shakes his head in silence, and then she places a second tablet on her tongue. How many pills does that make today? Kaim asks. I forget. With empty eyes, Henri stares into space and sighs. This is an addiction. Serious one. How do you feel? He asks. Not bad, she says. Very happy. She gives him a smile. It is deeper and softer than her earlier smile, though maybe too deep and too soft. It appears to be a smile of ultimate bliss, but for that very reason, it also has a frightening quality that sends chills up his spine. The drug is called Signpost. This is not its formal designation, of course. People started calling it that as a secret code word to avoid prosecution, and the term caught on. Signpost is, however, the single most appropriate name for this drug. Each pill takes the user one step farther down the road, and when the withdrawal symptoms strike, the person rushes to take the next pill, thereby advancing yet another step. Farther and farther and farther, the road marked by this signpost is a soothing one, entirely free of pain or suffering. At the end of the road, however, there waits only death. The use and possession of signposts is so strictly prohibited because it is seen as an invitation to gradual suicide. How many more pills, I wonder? Henri mutters, stretching her emaciated body full length on the bed. It is a question that Kaim cannot answer. He knows only that she is nearing the end of her signpost journey. It is for this that Kaim has been called to the hospital, which is a facility for people on the verge of death. I have no regrets, Henri says. None at all. This way I can die pleasantly, quiet, like going to sleep. Her empty eyes are fixed on Kaim. They seem to register nothing. I'll be fine. She reaches into the leather pouch again. You probably shouldn't do that, Kime says. I'm telling you, I'm fine, she says, laughing weakly, placing a third signpost in her mouth. She closes her eyes. Her sunken eye sockets harbor dark shadows. Kime settles himself into the chair by her bed. He waits for her to say more, but she seems to have fallen asleep. Her breathing is calm and a slight smile plays upon her sleeping face. The signpost seems to be working. Without the drug, hammer-like pains in her back and violent chills would prevent her from sleeping. Even worse than the physical suffering would be the fear of approaching death. More a girl than a woman, young Henri was struck by a mortal illness. At the end of her long battle with the disease, the doctor gave up all hope of treating it and prescribed signposts for her instead. Ordinary people are not allowed to use the drug. Special permission has been given to patients for whom there is no hope of recovery, in order to afford them a peaceful death and bring their lives to a quiet close. In other words, to enable them to die without having to deal with regret or despair. Before Kime began this work, the doctor explained the effects of the medicine to him, concluding with a smile. In other words, signpost forgives all the debts the person has built up toward life. Henri wakens. After she has confirmed Kime's presence at her bedside, she says, "You don't have to worry," and closes her eyes again, smiling. "I'm fine. I think I can go just like this." So, she knows there are other possibilities. In certain rare cases, signposts can have undesirable side effects. Sometimes at the very end, when the person is just beginning to slide into the abyss of death, there can be an attack of nightmares. The patient experiences a literal death agony. Even though signposts has provided such a wonderfully tranquil departure on the person's final journey, every last bit of tranquility can be swept away on the cusp of death. Worse still, some patients conclude their hallucinatory episode with a frenzied physical outburst. They might have barely enough strength to breathe until, tormented by the nightmares, they lash out violently enough to break the bed or even strangle the caregiver in attendance. Such can be the mystery of the human body, or, more so, the human heart. That is why Kime is here. He is to stand vigil by Henri's deathbed against the remote possibility that she might be tormented by nightmares and go wild under the influence of signpost side effects. The doctor has supplied him with yet another drug. It is a poison that will kill the patient instantaneously. Kime has been instructed to administer it to Henri as soon as she begins to exhibit strange behavior. "Believe me, this is a humane measure," the doctor said. "Not murder by any means. The face of a patient who has suffered the drug's side effects is truly grotesque, not something that anyone could stand to look at. A person's death should never be that excruciating. This is a final kindness to give the person a quiet, peaceful ending." Kime was not entirely convinced by the doctor's rationale. Neither, however, was he able to bring himself to take issue with it. Now he can only hope that, led by her signposts, Henri will be able to pass her final moments in peace. Some part of her inner self might be paralyzed at the moment, and her empty eyes might never regain their former gleam. But if she is happy that way, there's nothing that anyone has a right to deny her. Waking again, Henri reaches for another signpost, but drops the leather pouch. "Sorry, but would you pick it up for me?" she asks Kime. She no longer has the strength to even hold the pouch. Her final moments are closing in. Kime lifts the pouch from the floor, but when she asks him to put a tablet in her mouth, he hesitates for a moment before complying. Her tongue is dry and rough as sandpaper. She really must be nearing the end. Having taken another signpost, Henri seems to be overtaken by that languorous feeling again. She moves the flesh of her cheeks in a way that has no meaning, releases a feeble sigh, and says, "I was just dreaming." "What about?" "About when I was little. Everybody was there. My father, my mother, my big brother and sister. All smiling." This is not a good sign. The drug might be having a bad effect. If the signpost is working properly, she should not be dreaming, especially about her family. The more lingering attachment and regret or sadness a person retains, the more likely he or she is to experience side effects. This is precisely why the family is never admitted to the patient's room. Final farewells are made before the administering of signposts, and only after everything is finished do they meet again. Everybody was in such a good mood. Kime wonders if he should give her another signpost. I'm sure when I was born that my parents never imagined I would die so young. A more seasoned caregiver would probably give her another pill without hesitation. Then Henri would fall into another peaceful sleep without any thoughts to disturb her, perhaps never to wake again. Kime, however, sets the leather pouch on a shelf and waits to hear what else she has to say. Henri herself does not request another signpost, but moves the sunken flesh of her cheeks again. This time the movement takes the form of a deliberate smile. You know, she says to Kime, I'm beginning to wonder. About what? Why I was ever born. Kime is at a loss for words, but she does not let this prevent her from continuing. I mean, if I'm going to die so young, and I've never had a chance to fall in love, wouldn't it have been better if I'd never been born at all? Kime nods as if to tell her that he understands. Why was I ever born? This is the question that Kime himself has been pondering all through his endless journey. He has still not found the answer, and maybe never will. My mother and father will be sad, I'm sure. You had better rest now. Maybe I was born to make my parents sad. Close your eyes and take a few long, deep breaths. Can I have some more medicine? This time he gives it to her without hesitation. Thank you, she says simply for the first time, and closes her eyes. I guess it's possible I might never wake up again. It's possible. It's a good thing to die without suffering, isn't it? It probably is. And to die with your head in a fog without thinking or feeling anything. That's a good thing too, isn't it? Kime says nothing. This is a question he cannot answer, a question he doesn't want to answer. Henri falls asleep without asking him anything else. She is still sound asleep when the doctor examines her and tells Kime she will probably pass away before the night is out. It is late that night, close to dawn, when Henri begins to suffer. I'm sorry, Mommy. I'm sorry I ate the jam. It was me. She is running a high fever with large drops of sweat on her forehead as she moans deliriously. What's taking you so long, Daddy? Hurry, hurry, the butterfly's going to fly away. Kime wonders if she could be reliving memories of early childhood. You hit me. Big brothers shouldn't hit their little sisters. You're bad. I'm going to tell Mommy. Convulsions rack her entire body. Let me in. I want to play with the big girls. It doesn't end with her delirium. She starts moving her arms as if trying to embrace family members floating above her. This is what they were afraid of. Side effects. Take me with you, please. I don't want to stay here. Don't leave me. Her cries mingle with tears. Hallucinations seem to have taken the place of past memories in her empty eyes. Please, I'll be good. I'll do what you tell me, Mommy and Daddy. Take me with you. In fact, just the opposite is happening. The ones being left behind are the family who so loved their youngest daughter, Henri. Don't leave me alone! Mommy, Daddy, come back, please! He can feel her pain and sorrow. Her convulsions become increasingly violent. Her face contorts in agony. Alerted by the commotion, a doctor comes charging into the room. What are you doing? He shouts at Kane. Put her out of her misery now! Kime knows what he should do. This is what he was hired for. The poison that will prevent Henri from suffering anymore is within easy reach. What he takes hold of softly, however, is not the poison, but the hands that Henri stretches out into empty space. What are you doing? The doctor shouts at him. Stop it! This is in direct violation of your duties. You're fired! Kime turns toward the fuming doctor and says simply, Be quiet, please. What in the hell are you? But the doctor breaks off his shouting when he catches sight of the look on Henri's face. She is smiling. Are these my mother's hands? My father's? Big brothers? Big sisters? Tell me, whose hands are these? She asked joyfully. Feeling the strength of Kime's grasp, she squeezes back. An almost indescribably happy smile on her face, tears streaming from her eyes. I'm here with all of you, together, always. Her convulsions have subsided, and her breathing has calmed down. Kime whispers in her ear, Thank you, Henri. Daddy? Smiling through her tears, she says, I know it's you. Kime smiles back at her and says, I'm speaking for all of us, for me, your mother, your brother, your sister, when I say, thank you, Henri. Henri seems almost embarrassed when she asks, for what? For having been born, Henri, for having come to be with us, for having allowed us to share time with you. Mommy and I and brother and sister were also grateful to you for that. Unfortunately, life has limits. There are long lives and short lives, and in life, even more unfortunately, there is happiness and unhappiness. There are happy lives and unhappy lives. For all of this, however, the chance to be alive in the world, the chance of having lived life in this world, the only thing to say is thank you. When Kime says this to her, Henri gives her slender chin a little shake and says, No, I should be the one thanking you, all of you. These are Henri's last words. The look on her face in death following the torment of the drug-induced nightmares is neither tranquil nor peaceful. It is, however, happy. Are you really leaving us? The doctor asked Kime with a genuine show of regret. Dressed for the road, Kime smiles and says, I don't think I'll ever be able to perform the duties of a caregiver properly. Tell you the truth, Kime, I still can't get over the fact that it's even possible to do it your way. With a serious look, he adds, I wonder if your hands give off some substance like signposts. Hey, Namulala. How you doing today? With a serious look, he adds, oh, sorry, I heard that. Otherwise, I can't imagine how she could have died so happily. Kime turns his palms towards the doctor. They're just ordinary hands, nothing special. I'm not so sure about that, the doctor says. If we spent some time studying them properly, maybe. Kime shakes his head with a sour smile as if to say, you wouldn't find a thing. He does have one point to make with the doctor. I've seen lots of people die alone. Probably a lot more than any of you doctors have. That's why I wanted to bring her together with her family at the end. That's the only reason I took her hands. Doctor's vague nod suggests that he is not convinced, but Kime is through talking with him. He strides off towards the highway and must continue his journey. His journey will go on as long as he is unable to reply to Henri's question. Why was I ever born? Henri had a family, at least. Her life consisted of her joining and leaving her family. Kime has not even had that much. Where did I come from? Where am I going? Why does the passing wind draw Kime along his endless journey? A journey without signposts. This is why Kime is always free and always alone. Oh, this one had an actual treasure hunt in it. So how was work, Namalala? Hmm. Crimson Forest, huh? Alright, what's the next one? We have to go back to Ura, Main Street. Okay, so that treasure hunt in the Crimson Forest we can't do yet. Locked off right now. I'll have to remember that for later. So we need to get to the Main Street area and speak with the boy. That'll unlock the next one. You know what? My dad works in a magic production facility. Magic production facility. I'm not the boss of anything, really. I'm glad she's proud of me, though. Everything I do for her. Oh, wait, this... Maybe they're not missable. Because this is one from Chapter 1 that I thought I missed. I was under the impression that once you missed these, you couldn't go back and get them. You can. Everyone in the marketplace hates the little girl. Not yet 10 years old and far from having outgrown the sweet innocence of childhood, she earns only open contempt from the grown-ups who have shops in the market. The reason is simple. She lies about everything. Hey, mister, I just saw a burglar go into your house. Look, lady, everything just fell off your shelves. Hey, everybody, did you hear what the traveler said? Bandits are planning to attack this market. Even the most harmless white lies can be annoying if repeated often enough. The shopkeepers have found themselves growing angry. You better watch out for her too, the lady greengrocer warns Kime. Nobody here falls for her lies anymore, so she's always on the lookout for newcomers or strangers. Somebody like you would be a perfect target for her. She could be right. Kime is new to the town. He arrived a few days ago and has just started working in the marketplace today. What do her parents do? Kime asks while unloading a cart full of vegetables. The woman frowns and shakes her head with a sigh. She doesn't have any. They died? The mother did at least, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. She was a healthy young woman who never so much as caught a cold in her life, then one day she collapsed, and that was it for her. How about the father? She sighs more deeply than before and says, He left to find a job in the city. The parents used to operate a variety store in the market, though the mother almost single-handedly took care of the actual buying and selling of the many goods they carried. As soon as she died, the shop's fortunes took a plunge, till it was eventually taken over by someone else. The father went off to the distant capital city in search of a good-paying job that would enable him to cover their debts. He promised to come back in 6 months, but he has been gone a whole year now. Letters used to arrive from him on occasion, in care of his friend the tailor, but those two gave out about 6 months ago. I guess you could say it's sad for such a little girl to be waiting around for her father to come home, but still. The girl now sleeps in a corner of the communal storehouse run by the people of the marketplace. We all used to talk about taking care of her. We stand in parrots for her until her father comes back. This is no surprise to Kime. He knows from his own experience that all the people who work in the marketplace, and not just this plump, kindly woman, are good-hearted and generous despite their limited means. Otherwise, they never would have hired a stranger like himself. But before long, that first 6 months went by, we were all heartily sick of her. She was a sweet, simple girl while her mother was alive, but this experience has left her kind of twisted. All her sweetness is gone. Of course, we all feel sorry for her, and we take our turns feeding her and dressing her in hand-me-downs, but the way she keeps telling lies to all the grown-ups, nobody really cares about her anymore. Why can't she see that? She must be lonely, don't you think? With a pained smile, the woman shrugs and says, That's enough gabbing for one day. Work, work, and she goes back inside the shop. Kime is sorting the vegetables he has unloaded in front of the shop when he hears a little voice behind him. Hey, mister, you new here? It's the girl. Uh-huh. You're not from the town, are you? No, I'm not. Are you living upstairs while you work here? For a while, at least. That's what I'm hoping to do. I'll tell you a secret, okay? It's starting already. Okay, Kime says without pausing his work. There's a ghost in this marketplace. The people here don't tell anybody because it's bad for business, but it's really here. I see it all the time. Really? Kime responds with a feigned surprise. He decides to play along with her rather than scold her for lying. In this endlessly long life of his, he has encountered any number of children who have lost their parents or been abandoned by them. The sadness and loneliness of children who have been cast into the wide world alone are exactly what Kime feels himself as he continues to wander through the infinite flow of time. What kind of ghost? A woman, and I know who she is. It's a ghost of a mother who lost her child, she says. Her little girl, her only child, died in an epidemic. Overcome with grief, the mother chose to die, and now her ghost appears in the market every night, searching for her daughter. The poor mother, she killed herself so she could be with her daughter, but she can't find her in the other world either. So she keeps looking for her here and calling out, Where are you? Hurry and come with Mommy to the other world. The girl tells her story with deadly seriousness. Don't you think it's sad? Don't you think it's sad? She asks Kime. She actually has tears in her eyes, which is precisely why Kime knows she is lying. Even if he had not been warned by the woman, he would know this was a lie based on what she told him about the girl's background. Kime carefully arranges bunches of well-ripened grapes in a display crate and asks the girl, "Why do you think the mother can't find her daughter?" "What?" The girl asks him with a dazed stare. "Well," he explains, "the girl is not in the other world, and she's not wandering around in this world. So where is she?" Kime does not mean to be a cross-examination. Simply feels that someone who lies out of sorrow can have a far easier time of it by recognizing the lie for what it is. The loneliness of a girl who has lost her mother and been abandoned by her father consists not in telling one little lie, but in having to keep on lying. Now that you mention it, that's a good point, the girl says, smiling calmly. Really, where did the girl go? Kime momentarily considers pointing at the girl as if to say, right here. But before he can do so, she continues. This is the first time anybody ever asked me that. You're kind of different. I wonder. No, you are. You're different, the girl insists. I think we can be friends. Her smile deepens. Kime smiles back at her, saying nothing. Just then, they hear the lady greengrocer coming from the back of the shop, and the girl dashes away. Just before she disappears around a corner into the alleyway, the girl gives Kime a little wave as to say, "See you soon." For the first time, the face of the girl with the all-too-grown-up speaking style shows a hint of childishness befitting her years. The girl begins coming to see Kime at the shop several times a day when the lady grocer is not around. She tells him one lie after another. I baked cookies with my mother last night. I wanted to give you some, but they were so good I ate them all. Bandits kidnapped me when I was a little baby, but my father came to save me and beat up all the bandits so I didn't get killed. My house? It's a big white one at the foot of the mountain. You're new here, so you probably don't know it. It's the biggest house in town. You don't have a family? You're all alone? Poor Kime. I wish I could share some of my happiness with you. All her lies are born of sorrow. Sad, lonely lies she can never tell to marketplace people who know her background. At the end of every chat with Kime, as she is leaving, the girl holds her finger to her lip and says, This is just our little secret. Don't tell the lady grocer. Of course, Kime says nothing to anyone. If he happens to find himself in a situation where the market people are speaking ill of the girl, he quietly slips away. Lies and disparagements are funny things. They don't take shape because someone tells them, but rather because someone listens to and voices agreement with them. A truly isolated individual can never speak ill of anyone. The same can be said regarding lies. Because she has someone to tell her lies to, the girl need not fall into the abyss of true isolation. To protect her small, sad share of happiness, Kime plays the role of her listener, raising no objections. One day, when the girl comes to see Kime, she takes special care not to be noticed by the lady grocer or by the owners of the neighboring shops. Tell me, mister, are you planning to stay here a long, long time? No, I'm not, Kime says, continuing to unload vegetables and fruit. You'll be leaving when you have up enough money. Probably. But you don't have enough yet. I'm getting there, he says, turning a strange smile on the girl. This is a white lie of his own. He already has enough money to support himself on the road, nor has he taken his current live-in job because he needs money so badly. He is here because he has not found a destination he wants to travel to. A journey without a destination is an endless journey. Wise men say that you need dreams and goals in life, but dreams to accomplish and goals to realize shine as guideposts in life precisely because life is finite. So then, what should be the dreams and goals of one who has been burdened with a life that has no end? Kime's is not a journey to be hurried, nor is it one that can be hurried. Perhaps drifting day after day with no destination cannot even be called a journey. If I were you, says the girl, I would get out of this marketplace as soon as I had saved up enough for 2 or 3 days of traveling. Kime responds to her with a silent, pained smile. What would be the look on the girl's face if Kime were to tell her, I'm staying here for you? Finding the meaning of my life for now and providing you the listener for your lies. The moment these words come to mind, words he can never actually speak to her, the girl looks around furtively and says in a near whisper, If you want to get out of here soon, I know a good way you can do it. A good way? Sneak into the tailor's and steal his money. There's a little pot in the cabinet at the back of the shop. It's full of money. Are you telling me to steal it? Yes. She looks straight at Kime without the slightest show of doubt in her eyes. In all seriousness, she goes on to explain, that tailor deserves to have his place robbed. The money in the pot, she says, is tainted. I know this girl, a good friend of mine, she says, and it's so sad about her. Her mother died and her father went off to work in the capital, and she's all alone. Father was supposed to come and get her after 6 months, but she hasn't heard a thing from him. Yet another lie born of sorrow. Kime calmly asks, is there some connection between your friend and the tailor? Of course, she says, a close connection. What's really happening is the father was sending her money every month the way he was supposed to help make her life in the town a little easier, and he kept writing to her. He wanted to tell her he found a good job in the city and she should come to live with him right away. He's too busy to come for her, so she should come to him. And he sent her money for the trip, but none of the letters or the money ever reached the girl. Why do you think that is? Before Kime can answer, the girl says, the mistake he made was to send the letters and money care of the tailor. He's been keeping all the money for himself. Kime looks away from the girl. In order to prop up one sad lie, the girl has piled on a still sadder one, a lie that can hurt another person. This is the saddest thing of all. The lock on the tailor's back door would be really easy to break, the girl adds, as she gallops away without waiting for Kime's reply. The girl comes running into the grocery store the next morning, shouting for the owner. She says directly to the woman, not to Kime, burglars broke into the tailor shop last night. She says she saw a number of burglars sneaking in late at night after the marketplace emptied out. My oh my, says the woman with a forced smile. That must have been just terrible. She's obviously not taking the girl seriously. But it's true though, I really saw them. Look, little girl, I've had about all I can take from you. You're such a little liar, it scares me to death to think about you growing up to be a burglar or a con artist or something. I'm busy trying to open my shop now. Do you mind? Try it on somebody else. She is hardly through speaking when someone outside shouts, Help, somebody come! The tailor is standing in the street looking horrified and screaming at the top of his lungs. Her burglars, they took all my money! The little girl slips away as the tailor comes in. The marketplace is in an uproar. The girl was not lying, that much is certain. But, all too accustomed to her lies, people now suggest the possibility of another kind of lie. Maybe she did it, what do you think? And so it begins. I think you may be right. Talk about play acting. I wouldn't put it past her. Let's go find her, or make her tell, even if we have to get a little rough with her. No one objects to this suggestion. Some run off to the storehouse and others start searching the marketplace. Can't find her anywhere. Storehouse is empty. She ran away with the money. As the searchers return with their reports and speculation, Kime finally understands everything. After all her sad lies, the girl has left behind one final truth. She couldn't have gotten very far. Yeah, we can still catch her. Little thief, wait till I get my hands on her. The men rage and the women fan the flames. Good, give her what she deserves. We were so nice to her, and now look how she treats us. We can't let her get away with it. A dozen men start to run after her. Kime stands tall in the road, blocking their way. Hey, move it! The men are out for blood, but Kime knows if he felt like it, he could knock them all down and they wouldn't be able to lay a finger on it. Instead, he relaxes his powerful stance and throws a leather coin pouch on the ground in front of the men. Stolen money is in there, he says. What? Sorry, I stole it. A confused stir quickly turns into angry shouts. Kime raises his hands to show he will not resist. Do what you like with me. I'm ready. The lady grocer breaks through the wall of men, shouting at him. How could you do this, Kime? I wanted the money, that's all. And you're not just saying this to protect the girl. The woman's intuition is too sharp. Forcing a smile, Kime turns to the tailor and says, It was in the pot in the cabinet, right? The man nods energetically. It's true, he must have done it. I had the money in a pot. He's the thief. The money wasn't the only thing in the pot, though, was it? What are you saying? You had some letters in there, too. Letters from the girl's father. That's a lie. Don't be crazy. It's true, though. No, there couldn't have been any letters. I threw them all. The tailor claps his hand over his mouth, but it is too late. The lady grocer glares at him. What's this all about, she demands. No, I mean, you better tell us everything. The people's angry glances turn from Kime to the tailor. Some days later, 2 letters arrive from the girl addressed to the lady at the grocery store and the nice man upstairs. Kime's letter says the girl managed to find her father in the capital. He has no way of knowing if this is true or not. It is hard to imagine a little girl finding her father in the big city so easily without knowing his address or workplace. Still, he decides to believe it, and when the girl's letter says, I am happy now, human beings are the only animals that lie. Lies to deceive people, lies to benefit oneself, and lies to protect one's own heart from the threat of crushing loneliness and sorrow. If there were no lies in this world, much strife and misunderstanding would surely disappear. On the other hand, perhaps it is because this world is a mixture of truth and lies that people have learned to believe. When he is through reading his letter, Kime turns to the woman. Concentrating on her own letter, she shyly raises her head when she senses Kime looking at her. I give up, she declares. Listen to this. I'm so grateful to you and the others in the marketplace for all you've done for me. I will never forget you as long as I live. A liar to the bitter end, that girl, she says, smiling through her tears. Okay. So yeah, I was under the impression that once you miss them, you can't go back and get them unless you start a new game plus, but guess maybe you can, or maybe there's just certain ones that are missable. It's 4, 5, 6, and then the last ones. But the one that I came here for, I need to get to Main Street and talk to a little boy.
A shining future awaits us.
Have to listen to Gongora giving his speech the whole time we're here. Okay, here's Main Street. I need to find a boy. There we go. So this should be beyond the wall, if it's the right one. I heard the goats have built all those magic weapons so they can burn Ura to the ground. I'll do anything that's necessary to beat Gotza. It's like what they all say, kill or be killed. this is the right one. The wall is being demolished. Sledgehammers resound on both sides. The wall marked the national border for decades, until yesterday. Border might not be the right word, however. Originally, both sides were part of a single nation. The country became divided owing to differences in ideology. The two sides remained so mutually antagonistic that a high, thick wall had to be built. Those days are gone now. A year ago, the leaders of the two sides shook hands in a historic reconciliation. Today, after much preparation and coordination, the wall that symbolized the two sides' antagonism is being demolished. The sound of hammering signals the end of opposition and extols the beginning of peace. "Come on, give me a break," says Yuguno, spitting on the ground and glaring at the backs of the people swarming at the wall. "At them, smiling like idiots. I can't believe it." Glances at Kine by his side as if to say, "Right?" His still boyish face wears a scowl of disgust. "Tell me, Kine, you've been to a lot of different countries and seen all kinds of people. People just take years of hatred like that and throw it out the window?" Kine gives him a sour smile instead of replying. Yuguno is a young man, first person that Kine became friends with shortly after he arrived in this border town. He is pleasant enough except for his stubborn hatred of people from the other side. "One lousy handshake and I'm out of a job. I mean, really, give me a break." Yuguno used to be a border guard, in other words, one of the men assigned to keep watch on the wall. He had volunteered, eager to kill anyone who dared come over the wall from the other side. If his superiors had permitted it, he would have gladly crossed over and attacked the other side rather than waiting to fend off an invasion. As a mandatory part of the reconciliation, however, the border guards were disbanded. Unlike his brothers in arms, who quickly started new lives for themselves, Yuguno was left behind by the changing times. "Tell me, Kine, can people be allowed to just slow off their resentment so easily? Do they just not give a damn?" Kine does not respond to this. He knows that Yuguno is a victim of the age of confrontation. Still just a young man, a boy even, Yuguno has been thoroughly conditioned since childhood to view the other side as an enemy. "Watch out! The other side could attack at any time. Watch out! The other side are all cruel, cold-hearted villains. Watch out! If the other side ever invaded us and occupied our towns, they'd burn down our houses, steal our property, kill our men, and assault our women. Watch out! The day is not far off when they'll be invading us. Could be 3 days from now or it could be tomorrow. They might be climbing the wall today, this very moment. Watch out! They've already sent their spies among us. You can tell for sure who they are. They're the ones who extol and sympathize with the other side by word and deed. Watch out! They're probing for the slightest gaps in our psychological armor. Remain alert. Be ready to draw your sword at any moment. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out." There was much to be found out about the other side in the history books distributed in the schools on this side. Pictures of the people from the other side portrayed them all as ferocious demons. "I'm not the only one, you know. All of us were taught the same thing. So how come everybody but me is so happy about the wall coming down?" Yuguno asks, looking utterly bewildered by these new developments. Again and again he repeats his disbelief. Finally, Kine cannot help but respond to him. "You were too pure," he says. "What?" "It's not your fault, Yuguno. It's the ones who filled your pure, honest heart with hatred." "Wait a second now, Kine. The animals who live on the other side of the wall are the ones who did that to me. The horrible things they do." Kine cuts him short. "Have they ever done anything horrible to you?" "Sure, no, not really to me, but..." "Just what is it you hate the other side for?" "Well, you see..." Yuguno is momentarily at a loss for words, so all he can do is raise his voice and blurt out, "It's true, though. The whole bunch of them are just horrible people." He folds his arms in a decided pout. "How are they horrible? What did you ever see any of them do? When? Where?" Yuguno stammers and sputters. "Have you ever even met someone from over there?" Kine demands to know. Yuguno hangs his head and shakes it from side to side. With a grim smile, Kine says, "Well, I have, and they're not devils or demons or anything of the sort. How could they be? You all used to be part of the same country." That stuff is beside the point anyway. Countries and races and tribes. You're all human beings. You're all the same. Yuguno stays silent, hanging his head. Cheers erupt at the wall. The wall that has separated the two worlds for decades has just now been broken through. Representatives from this side and the other side walk through the opening, greet each other with smiles and firm handshakes and embrace. The cheers grow louder, and people, mostly members of the younger generation, gather in circles here and there, expressing their joy. Yuguno glares down at his own shadow and asks Kaim, "So what should I do now? All I've ever done is hate. All I've ever known how to do is hate them." Kaim gives Yuguno a pat on the shoulder and says, "It's not too late to change. You can start now." "Can I?" "You can, I'm sure of it." Kaim is sure because he knows what it was like when both sides were a single country. It was a kindly nation, by no means rich. It was yet a happy country of compassionate people. I'm telling you, Yuguno, people can change. If you say so. Look over there, Yuguno. Look at those people enjoying themselves. Hesitantly, Yuguno raises his head. Around the wall, a celebration is beginning. Young people are dancing, singing, toasting each other, engaging in conversation, and all of them used to be companions of Yuguno's who received the same education he did. No doubt the young people on the other side were similarly educated to hate. What do you see over there? Demons? Devils? Yuguno shakes his head and let the tightness go out of his shoulders. I'm beginning to wonder, Kaim. Why until now I've been so... Kaim pats him on the shoulder again to signal that he understands. People can change, he says. They can change from hating to loving and from loving to hating. Yes, Kaim knows about that as well. He saw how such a wonderfully unified country was divided in two at the end of a violent civil war. Don't change anymore, Kaim says. Not just to Yuguno, but to all the smiling young people. A young girl hesitantly approaches Yuguno. She is from the other side. He holds a plate full of cookies. Have some if you'd like, she says. I baked them this morning. The cookies are heart-shaped. Urged on by the smiling Kaim, Yuguno reaches out for a cookie, his face bright red. Thanks, he says shyly and takes a bite of his cookie. Good, she asks. Yuguno turns a deeper shade of red and says, delicious. White birds cut across the blue sky, from the other side to this side, and this side to the other. The white birds sailed through the sky almost joyfully as if to tell the people below, in the beginning there were no borders. There's another one that gave treasure hunt information. Not sure if I can go back there. Guess while we're here, let's see if there's any more of those we can get done. Looks like all 4 of those... Well, one's in the residential area, and the other 3 are in Verno's Tavern. Evening Bell... That one's in Numara. I don't know if we can get there yet. And the last one is in Tosca. This one is in the Ypsilon Mountains, Valley Road, and then these 3 we can't get yet. Let's see if we can get all the ones from Chapter 1 that we missed. Fuck. This many dreams all at once. I'm gonna end up with depression by the time stream's over today. Where is Verno's Tavern? Seems like I missed all the one in there. That's making me think that I never even found the place. Too bad. Like, you can see a big map of like the area that you're in, but I don't think you can see a map of like the whole town. So I don't think you can. Okay, so this is a residential area, so there's one in here. Residential area, walk up to the family on the bench. I suppose that would be them. And these are all from disc 1 that I missed. And this may just be, I don't know, but I feel like the stories from disc 1 were way sadder than the ones from later discs. Lovely white flowers mark the town. They bloom on every street corner, not in beds or fields set aside for their cultivation, but blending naturally and in profusion with every row of houses, as though the buildings and the blossoms have grown up together. The season is early spring, and snow still lingers on the nearby mountains, but the stretch of ocean that gently laps the town's southern shore is bathed in refulgent sunlight. This is an old and prosperous harbor town. Even now, each day its piers see many cruise ships and freighters come and go. Its history, however, is sharply divided between the time before and the time after, an event that happened one day long ago. People here prefer not to talk about it, the watershed engraved upon the town's chronology. The memories are too sorrowful to make stories out of them. Kime knows this, and because he knows it, he has to come here once again. Passing through, the tavern master asks him. At the sound of his voice, Kime responds with a faint smile. You're here for the festival, I suppose. You should take your time and enjoy it. The man is in high spirits. He has joined his customers in glass after glass until now and is quite red in the face, but no one shows any signs of blaming him for overindulging. Every seat in the tavern is filled and the air reverberates with laughter. Happy voices can be heard now and then as well from the road outside. The entire town is celebrating. Once each year, the festival has people making merry all night long until the sun comes up. I hope you've got a room for the night, sir. Too late to find one now. Every inn is full to overflowing. So it seems. Not that anyone would be fool enough to spend a night like this quietly tucked away under the covers in his room. Tavern Master winks at Kime as if to say, "Not you, sir, I'm sure. Tonight we're going to have the biggest, wildest party you've ever seen. Everybody's invited, locals or not. Drink, food, gambling, women, just let me know what you want. I'll make sure you have it." Kime sips his drink and says nothing. Because he is planning to stay awake all night, he has not taken a room, though he has no plans to enjoy the festival either. Kime will be offering up a prayer at the hour before dawn when the night is at its darkest and deepest. He will leave the town, sent off by the morning sun as it pokes its face up between the mountains and the sea, just as he did at the time of his last visit. Back then, the tavern master, who a few minutes ago was telling one of his regular customers that his first grandchild is about to be born, was himself just an infant. "This one's on me. Drink up," says the tavern master, filling Kime's shot glass. He peers at Kime suspiciously and says, "You did come for the festival, didn't you?" "No, not really," says Kime. "Don't tell me you didn't know about it. You mean you came here by pure chance?" "Afraid so." "Well, if you came here on business, forget it. You'll never get a serious talk out of anybody on a special night like this." The tavern master goes on to explain what is so special about this night. "You must have heard something about it. Once, a long, long time ago, this town was almost completely destroyed. There are two kinds of events that divide history into before and after. One is the birth or death of some great personage, a hero or savior. The other is something like a war or a plague or natural disaster. What divided this town's history into before and after was a violent earthquake. It happened without warning and gave the soundly sleeping people of the town no chance to flee. A crack opened up in the earth with a roar, and roads and buildings just fell to pieces. Fires started and they spread in the twinkling of an eye. Almost everyone was killed. Probably can't imagine it. All I know is what they taught me in school. And what does Resurrection Festival mean to a kid? It was just something that happened once upon a time. I live here and that's all it means to me, so a traveler like you probably can't even begin to imagine what it was like." "Is that what they call this holiday? Resurrection Festival?" "Uh-huh. The town was resurrected from a total ruin to this. That's what the celebration's all about." Kime gives the man a grim smile and sips his liquor. "What's so funny?" the tavern master asks. "Last time I was here, they were calling it Earthquake Memorial Day. It wasn't a festival for this kind of wild celebrating." "What are you talking about? It's been the Resurrection Festival ever since I was a kid." "That was before you were old enough to remember anything." "Huh?" "Before that, they called it Consolation of the Spirits. They'd burn a candle for each person who died and pray for them to rest in peace. It was a sad festival, lots of crying." "You sound as if you saw it happening yourself." "I did." Tavern Master laughs with a loud snort. "You look sober, but you must be plastered out of your mind. Now listen, it's festival night, so I'm going to let you off the hook for pulling my leg, but don't say stuff like that in front of the other townspeople. All of our ancestors, mine included, and the ones who barely escaped with their lives." Kime knows full well what he is doing. He never expected the man to believe him. He just wanted to find out for himself whether the townspeople were still handing down the memories of the tragedy, whether deep down behind their laughing faces there still lingered the sorrow that had been passed down from their forefathers' time. Called away by one of his other customers, the tavern master leaves Kime's side, not without first delivering a warning. "Careful what you say, sir. That kind of nonsense can get you in trouble. Really, think about it. The earthquake happened all of 200 years ago." Kime does not answer. Instead, he sips his liquor in silence. Among the ones who died in the tragedy 200 years ago were his wife and daughter. Of all the dozens of wives and hundreds of children that Kime has had in his eternal life, the wife and child he had here were especially unforgettable. So Kime has had hundreds of kids. That's a question that we were wondering that got answered. In those days, Kime had a job at the harbor. There were just 3 of them then, he, his wife, and their little girl. They lived simply and happily. The same kind of days that had preceded today would continue on into endless tomorrows. Everyone in the town believed that, including Kime's wife and daughter, of course. But Kime knew differently. Precisely because his own life was long without end and he had consequently tasted the pain of countless partings, Kime knew all too well that in the daily life of humans there was no forever. This life his family was leading would have to end sometime. It could not go on unchanged. This was by no means a cause for sorrow, however. Denied a grasp upon forever, human beings knew how to love and cherish the here and now. Kime especially loved to show his daughter flowers. The more fragile and short-lived, the better. Flowers that bloomed with the morning sun and scattered before the sun went down. They were everywhere in this harbor town. Lovely white flowers that bloomed in early spring. His daughter loved the flowers. She was a gentle child who would never break off blossoms that had struggled so bravely to bloom. Instead, she simply watched them for hours at a time. That year, too. "Look how big the buds are. They'll be blooming any time now," she said happily when she found the white flowers on the road near the house. "Tomorrow, maybe?" Kime wondered aloud. "Absolutely," his wife chimed in merrily. "Get up early tomorrow morning and have a look." "Poor little flowers, though," said the daughter. "It's nice when they bloom, but then they wither right away." "All the better," said Kime's wife. "It's good luck if you get to see them blooming. That makes it more fun." "It may be fun for us," answered the girl, "but think about the poor flowers. They work so hard to open up and then they wither that same day. It's sad." "Well, yes, I guess so." A momentary air of sadness flowed into the room, but Kime quickly dispelled it with a laugh. "Happiness is not the same thing as longevity," he proclaimed.
"What does that mean, Papa?"
"It may not bloom for long. The flower's happy if it can open up the prettiest blossom and give off the sweetest perfume it knows how to make while it is blooming." The girl seemed to be having trouble grasping this and simply nodded with a little slide. She then broke into a smile and said, "It must be true if you say so, Papa." "Your smile is more beautiful than any flower in full bloom." He should have said it to her. Kime later regretted that he had not. The words he had uttered so carelessly he came to realize turned out to be something of a prophecy. "Well now, young lady," he said, "if you're getting up early to see the flowers tomorrow morning, you'd better go to bed right now."
"All right, Papa, if I really have to." "I'm going to go to bed now too," said Kime's wife. "Okay then, good night, Papa."
His wife said to Kime,
"Good night, dear. I really am going to bed now."
"Good night," Kime replied, enjoying one last cup to ease the day's fatigue. These turned out to be the last words the family shared. A violent earthquake struck the town before dawn. Kime's house collapsed into a heap of rubble. Kime's two loved ones departed for that distant other world before they could awaken from their deep sleep without ever having a chance to say good morning to him. The morning sun rose in a town that had been destroyed in an instant. Amid the rubble, the flowers were blooming. The white flowers that Kime's daughter had wanted to so badly see. Kime thought to lay a flower in offering on his daughter's cold corpse, but abandoned the idea. He could not bring himself to pick a flower. No one, no living being on the face of the earth, he realized, had the right to snatch the life of a flower that possessed that life for only one short day. Kime could never say this to his daughter. "You go first to heaven and wait for me. I'll be there before long." Nor would he ever know the joy of reunion with his loved ones. To live for 1,000 years meant bearing the pain of 1,000 years of partings. Kime continued his long journey. A dizzying number of years and months flowed by, years and months during which numberless wars and natural calamities scourged the earth. People were born and they died, loved each other and were parted from the ones they loved. There were joys beyond measure and sorrows just as measureless. People fought and argued without end, but they also loved and forgave each other endlessly. Thus was history built up as the tears of the past evolved gradually into prayers for the future. Kime continued his long journey. After a while, he rarely thought about the wife and daughter with whom he had spent those few short days in the harbor town, but he never forgot them. Kime continued his long journey, and in the course of his travels, he stopped by this harbor town again.
As the night deepened, the din of the crowds only increased. But now, as a hint of light comes to the eastern sky, without a signal from anyone, the noise gives way to silence. Time has been standing in the town's central square. The revelers, too, have found their way here one at a time, until almost before he knows it, the stone-paved plaza is filled with people. Time feels a tap on the shoulder. "I didn't expect to find you here," says the tavern master. When Kime gives him a silent smile, the tavern master looks somewhat embarrassed and says, "There's something I forgot to tell you before." "Oh?" "Oh, you know, the earthquake happened a long time ago, before my father and mother's time, even before my grandparents' generation. Might sound funny for me to say this, but I can't imagine this town in ruins." "I know what you mean." "I do think, though, that there are probably things in this world that you can remember even if you haven't actually experienced them. Like the earthquake. I haven't forgotten it. And I'm not the only one. It may have happened 200 years ago, but nobody in this town has ever forgotten it. We can't imagine it, but we can't forget it either." Just as Kime nods again to signal his understanding of the tavern keeper's words, a somber melody echoes throughout the square. This is the hour when the earthquake destroyed the town. All the people assembled here close their eyes, clasp their hands together, and offer up a prayer, the tavern master and Kime among them. To Kime's closed eyes come the smiling faces of his dead wife and daughter. Why are they so beautiful and so sad? These faces that believe with all their hearts that tomorrow is sure to come. The music ends. The morning sun climbs above the horizon, and everywhere throughout the town bloom countless white flowers. 200 years, the white flowers have changed. The scientists have hypothesized that the earthquake may have changed the nature of the soil itself, but no one knows the cause for sure. The lives of the flowers have lengthened. But before they would bloom and wither in the space of a single day, now they hold their blooms for 3 and 4 days at a time. Moistened by the dew of night, bathed in the light of the sun, the white flowers strive to live their lives to the fullest, beautifying the town as if striving to live out the portion of life denied those whose tomorrows were snatched away from them forever. Now I need to find Verno's Tavern, because there's 3 of them in there. Down, it's that way. Maybe it's here. Hey, Kaz. Oh, for right now, I can't remember if that's this music that was playing in Disc 1. Okay, here it is. But right now, the town is basically being controlled by the main antagonist. Okay, so we got 3 of them from Disc 1 that I missed in here. Walk up to the bar, go upstairs, talk to the man at the bar. You may have to leave and come back to get these. This is the first one. Hold on, you're fresh from the battlefield too, aren't you? We both owe someone upstairs big time, huh? Kind of feel like a heel thinking about all my dead buddies, but having another chance to see your family, that's a great feeling. Didn't think I'd actually make it out of this alive after all. I have no idea what I'm going to do when it's time to knock on my family's front door. And Kaz got Makoto. So this one should be a hero's return. Yeah. Alone in a crowd of rugged men nursing his drink in the far corner of the old post town's only tavern, Kime. A single man strides in through the tavern door. Massively built, he wears the garb of a warrior. His soiled uniform bespeaks a long journey. Fatigue marks his face, but his eyes wear a penetrating gleam, the look of a fighting man on active duty. The tavern's din hushes instantly. Every drunken eye in the place fastens on the soldier with awe and gratitude. The long war with the neighboring country has ended at last, and the men who fought on the front lines are returning to their homes. So it is with this military man. The soldier takes a seat at the table next to Kimes, downs a slug of liquor with the forcefulness of a hard drinker, a man who drinks to kill his pain. 2 cups, 3, 4. Another customer approaches him, bottle in hand, wearing an ingratiating grin, a typical crafty town punk. Let me offer you a drink, wheedles the man, as a token of gratitude for your heroic efforts on behalf of the fatherland. The soldier unsmilingly allows the man to fill his cup. How was it at the front? I'm sure you performed many valiant deeds in the battlefield. The soldier empties his cup in silence. The punk refills the cup and adopts an even more fawning smile. Now that we're friends, how about telling me some war tales? You got such big, strong arms. How many enemy soldiers did you kill? Without a word, the soldier hurls the contents of his cup into the man's face. The punk flies into a rage and draws his knife. No sooner does it leave its sheath than Kime's fist sends it flying through the air. Faced with the powerful united front of Kime and the soldier, the punk runs out, muttering curses. 2 big men watch him go, then share a faint smile. Kime doesn't have to speak with the soldier to know that he lives in deep sadness. For his part, the soldier, having cheated death any number of times, is aware of the shadow that lurks in Kime's expression. The tavern's din returns. Kime and the soldier pour each other drinks. I've got a wife and daughter I haven't seen since I shipped out, says the soldier. It's been 3 long years. He lets himself smile shyly now for the first time as he takes a photograph of his wife and daughter from his pocket and shows it to Kime. The wife a woman of dewy freshness, the daughter still very young. They're the reason I survived. The thought of going home to them alive was all that sustained me in battle. Is your home far from here? No, my village is just over the next pass. I'm sure they've heard the news that the war is over and can hardly wait to have me home. You could get there tonight if you wanted to badly enough. It was that close. But, the soldier downs a mouthful of liquor and groans. I'm afraid. Makoto is from Persona 5, Kaz. Yeah, it's the one that you got earlier. Afraid of what? I want to see my wife and daughter, but I'm afraid to have them see me. I don't know how many men I've killed these past 3 years. I had no choice. I had to do it to stay alive. If I was going to get back to my family, I had no choice but to kill one enemy soldier after another. And each and every one of those men had families they had left at home. It was the code of war, the soldier's destiny. To stay alive in battle, you had to go on killing men before they could kill you. I had no time to think about such things at the front. I was too busy trying to survive. I see it now, though, now that the war is over. 3 years of sin are carved into my face. This is the face of a killer. I don't want to show this face to my wife and daughter.
The soldier pulls out a leather pouch from which he withdraws a small stone. He tells Kaim it is an unpolished gemstone, something he found shortly after he left for the battlefield. A gemstone? Kaim asks, unconvinced. The stone on the table is a dull black without a hint of the gleam a gem should have. It sparkled when I first found it. I was sure my daughter would love it when I brought it home to her. Gradually, though, the stone lost its gleam and turned cloudy. Every time I killed an enemy soldier, something like the stain of his blood would rise to the surface of the stone. As you can see, it's almost solid black now after 3 years. The stone is stained by the sins I've committed. I call it my sin stone. You don't have to blame yourself so harshly, says Kaim. You had to do it to stay alive. I know that, says the soldier. I know that, but still. Just like me, the men I killed had villages to go home to, and families waiting for them there. The soldier then says to Kaim, You too, I suppose. You must have a family. Kaim gives his head a little shake. Not me, he says. No family. A home village, at least. I don't have any place to go home to. Eternal traveler, eh? That's me. The soldier chuckles softly and gives Kaim a sour smile. It's hard to tell how fully he believes what Kaim has told him. He slips the sin stone into the leather pouch and says, You know what I think? If the stone turned darker every time I took a life, it ought to get some of its gleam back every time I save a life. Instead of answering, Kaim drains the last drops of liquor from his cup and rises from the table. The soldier remains in his chair, and Kaim, staring down at him, offers him these words of advice. If you have a place to go home to, you should go to it. Just go, no matter how much guilt you may have weighing you down. I'm sure your wife and daughter will understand. You're no criminal. You're a hero. You fought your heart out to stay alive. I'm glad I met you, says the soldier. I needed to hear that. He holds his right hand out to Kaim, who grasps it in return. I hope your travels go well, says the soldier. And your travels will soon be over, says Kaim with a smile, starting for the door. Just then the punk charges at Kaim from behind, wielding a pistol. Watch out, bellows the soldier, and rushes after Kaim. As Kaim whirls around, the punk takes aim and shouts, You can't treat me like that, you son of a bitch! The soldier flies between the two men and takes a bullet in the gut. So, as he desperately wished to do, the soldier has saved someone's life. Ironically, it is for the life of Kaim, a man who can neither age nor die, that the soldier has traded his one and only life. Sprawled on the floor, nearly unconscious, the soldier thrusts the leather pouch into Kaim's hand. Look at my sin stone, will you? Maybe, he says, chuckling weakly. Some of its shine has come back. Blood spurts from his mouth, strangling the laugh. Kaim looks inside the bag and says, It's sparkling now. It's clean. It is, gasped the soldier. Good. My daughter will be so glad. He smiles with satisfaction and holds his hand out for the pouch. Oh, it's been a whole hour of trauma time, Wabon. I was finishing up the ones for Chapter 4 that I can get right now. And in doing so, I realized that they're not missable. Because I stumbled across some of the ones from Chapter 1, which is what I'm doing now. I'm getting up the ones from Chapter 1 that I missed before. So I actually can get all of them. So it's going to be trauma time for most of the stream while I gather these all up. Gently, Kaim lays the pouch on the palm of his hand and folds the man's fingers over it. The shoulder draws his last breath and the pouch falls to the floor. The dead man's face wears a peaceful expression. The stone, however, the man's sin stone, which is rolled from the open pouch, is as black as ever. Okay, so that was this one. Next one is in the mind of a captive, re-enter the tavern and go upstairs.
I used to work as a jail warden. It was so strange to see the prisoners start riots over and over again. All it did was extend their sentences, you know? I have no idea why they kept on acting that way, really. He knows that it is useless, but he can't suppress the impulse that wells up from within his own flesh. He needs to do it, to hurl his entire body against the bars. It does no good at all. His flesh simply bounces off the thick iron bars. "Number 8, what the hell are you doing?" The guard's angry shout echoes down the corridor. The prisoners are never called by name, only by the numbers on their cells. Kime is number 8. Kime says nothing. Instead, he slams his shoulder against the bars. The massive bars of iron never budge. All they do is leave a dull, heavy ache in Kime's superbly conditioned muscles and bones. Now, instead of shouting again, the guard blows his whistle, and the other guards come running from their station. "Number 8, what's it going to take to make you understand? You want to be thrown into the punishment cell? Don't look at me like that. Start resisting and all I'll get you is a longer time in here." Sitting on the floor of his cell, legs splayed out, Kime ignores the guard's shouts. He has been to the punishment room any number of times. He knows he has been branded a highly rebellious prisoner. But he can't help himself. Something is squirming deep down inside him. Some hot thing trapped inside there is seething and writhing. "Yeah, Shawshank. Some war hero you turned out to be," says one guard. "You can't do shit in here. What's the matter, soldier boy? Can't do anything without an enemy staring you in the face?" The guard next to him taunts Kime with laughter. "Too bad for you, buddy. No enemies in here. Nobody from your side either. Got you locked up all by yourself." After the guards leave, Kime curls up on the floor, hugging his knees, eyes clamped tight. "All by myself. The guard was right. I thought I was used to living alone, in battle, on the road. But the loneliness here in prison is deeper than any I've experienced before, and more frightening." Walls on 3 sides, and beyond the bars nothing but another wall enclosing the narrow corridor. This dungeon was built so as to prevent prisoners from seeing each other, or even to sense each other's presence. The total lack of a change in the view paralyzes the sense of time as well. Kime has no idea how many days have passed since he was thrown in here. Time flows on, that much is certain, but with nowhere to go, it simply stagnates inside him. The true torture that prison inflicts on a man is neither to rob him of his freedom nor to force him to experience loneliness. Real punishment is having to live where nothing ever moves in your field of view and time never flows. The water in a river will never putrefy, but lock it in a jar and that is exactly what it will eventually do. The same is true here. Maybe parts of him deep down in his body and mind are already beginning to give off a rotten stench. Because he is aware of this, Kime drags himself up from the floor again and slams himself into the bars over and over. There is not the remotest chance that doing so will break a bar, nor does he think he can manage to escape this way. Still, he does it repeatedly. He can't help himself. He has to do it again and again. In the instant before his body smashes into the bars, for that split second, a pull of wind strikes his cheek. The unmoving air moves, if only for that brief interval. The touch of the air is the one thing that gives Kime a fragmentary hint of the flow of time. The guards come running, faces grim with anger. Now I can see human shapes where before there was only a wall. That alone is enough to lift my spirits. Don't these guards realize that? "Alright, number 8, it's a punishment room for you. Let's see if 3 days in there will cool your head." Kime's lips relax into a smile when he hears the order. Don't these guys get it? Now my scenery will change. Time will start flowing again. I'm thankful for that. Kime laughs aloud. Guards tie his hands behind him, put chains on his ankles, and start for the punishment room. "The hell are you laughing at, number 8? Yeah, stop it. We'll punish you even more." But Kime just keeps on laughing at the top of his lungs. If I fill my lungs with all new air, will the stench disappear? Or have my body and mind rotted so much already that I can't rid of the stench so easily? How long will they keep me locked up in here? When can I get out of here? It'll be too late by then. When everything has rotted away, will I become less a him than an it, the way our troop counts enemy corpses. Kime can hardly breathe. It's as if the air is being squeezed out of his chest and the excruciating pain of it is drawing him back from the world of dream to reality. I once in a prison in the far distant past. He half wonders in the space between dream and reality. He has had this dream any number of times, this nightmare. It might even be called, after waking, this nightmare it might even be called. See the period there. After waking, he tries to recall it, but nothing stays in his memory. One thing is certain, however. The appearance of the jail and of the guards in the dream is always the same. Could this be something I've actually experienced? If so, when could it have been? There was no way for him to tell. Once he is fully awake, those questions he asked between dream and reality are themselves erased from his memory. He springs up with a scream, his breath labored, back of his hand wiping the streams of sweat from his brow, and all that is left is a shuddering terror. It's always like this. Now, too, he mutters to himself as he attempts to retrieve whatever memory is left in a remote corner of his brain. What kind of past life could I have lived through? Now, too, what kind of past life could I have lived through? That one's actually a little mysterious. Was he actually in prison or not? Okay, enter the bar a third time and talk to the man at the bar. That guy over there. That'll be that one. Then Evening Bell. That one is in Numara. I don't know if we can go to Numara right now, so that one might have to wait. And then this one is in Tosca. I'm pretty sure we can get there. Actually, this one might be the one that is, because I think this is the one that made me think that they were missable. Because this one specifically says on disc 2 under the trigger conditions. So this one right here might be the only one that is actually missable, or one of the few that's actually missable. Because I think I was reading up on that one, and that's what made me think that all the ones before that I didn't get, I couldn't get. And then we can get this one now. And then these three have to wait till later. But I'm going to go on break right now. I'll be back in 5, and then we've got 2 to 3 more trauma times before we can start pressing the main story again. So yeah. I'll be back in 5. back. Stupid damn magic engines. Think they could just up and take my damn job away from me. Come on, Dad, I gotta get you home already. The boy has lost his smile, though he denies it. Don't be silly, Kime. Look, I'm smiling, aren't I? He draws his cheeks back and lets his teeth show white against his brown skin. If this isn't a smile, what is? Kime nods but says nothing. He pats the boy on the shoulder as if to say, sure, sure. Come on, really, look at me. I'm smiling, right? Right, you're smiling. Anyway, forget about me. Hurry, let's go. The boy has a sweet, open nature. He made instant friends with Kime while the other townspeople kept their distance from the strange traveler. Not that the boy chose the much older Kime as a playmate. He leads Kime to the tavern, which still hasn't opened its doors for the day. I hate to ask you to do this, but would you please? The boy's voice seems to have carried inside. The man in the tavern peels off a drunken howl. He sounds especially bad today. Kime fights back a sigh and enters the tavern. The man on the bar stool is the boy's father, drunk again at midday. The boy is here to take him home. He looks at his father with sad eyes. Kime puts his arm around the father's shoulder and discreetly moves the whiskey bottle away from him. Let's call it a day, he says. The man shoves Kime's arm off and slumps down on the bar. I hate guys like you, he says. Yes, I know, says Kime. Time to go home, though. You've had enough. You heard me, Kime, Drifter. I hate you guys. I really, really hate you guys. The father is always like this when he is drunk, hurling curses at all drifters, picking fights with any man dressed for the road, and finally slumping to the ground to sleep it off. His son is too small to drag him home. With a sigh, Kime finds himself again today supporting the drunken father's weight to keep him from toppling off the bar stool. The boy stares at his father, his eyes a jumble of sadness, anger, and pity. When his eyes meet Kime's, he shrugs as if to say, sorry to keep putting you through this. But Kime is used to it. He has seen the father dead drunk almost every day for the past year, ever since the boy and his father were left to live alone. Oh well, the boy says with strange smiles as if trying to resign himself to the situation. Poor Papa. Poor me. Supporting the father's weight on his shoulder, Kime gives the boy a smile and says, Yes, but you don't need to go out and get drunk the way he does. The boy says, puffing his chest out. Sometimes kids are tougher than grown-ups. Kime broadens his smile to signal to him, You're right. Of course I'm right, the boy all but says with the smile he gives back. It's the only kind of smile the 10-year-old has managed to produce in the past year. So bitter it would numb your tongue if you could taste it. The boy's mother, the father's wife, left home a year ago. She fell in love with a traveling salesman and abandoned the boy and his father. Mama was bored, the boy says matter-of-factly, looking back on his mother's infidelity. She got tired of doing the same thing every day. That's when she met him. At the tender age of 10, the boy has learned that there are certain stories that have to be told with matter-of-fact tone. Father was born and raised in this small town and worked in the town office. He was not especially talented, but it was not a job that called for talent or a quick wit. All he had to do was follow orders with diligence and submissiveness, and he did exactly that, year after year, without making waves. He called our life peaceful, but Mama didn't think so. She said it was just ordinary and no fun. She was attracted to the life of the crafty traveling salesman. It was risky and exciting, like walking on top of a prison wall. One misstep and you could end up inside. Papa told Mama that the man was deceiving her, that all he wanted was her money, but he couldn't get through to her.
Mama couldn't even think about us back then. With utter detachment, as though holding it at arm's length, the boy reflects on the tragedy that struck his family. "I've heard the saying, love is blind. It really is," he says with a shrug of a sardonic laugh like a full-fledged adult. Kime says nothing. "Children should act their age," is another saying, but probably not one that could be spoken with a great deal of meaning to a boy who had lost his mother's love. And even if Kime presumed to admonish him, the boy would likely pass it off with a strained smile and say, "Sometimes kids are tougher than grown-ups." The boy's father, however, shows his displeasure when his son uses grown-up expressions. "Little twerp's lost all his boyishness. He despises me now, thinks I'm pitiful. Deep down he's laughing at me for letting my wife be taken by another man. Damn him." It bothers him especially when he's drunk. His annoyance far outweighs his fatherly love for his son. Sometimes he even slaps the boy across the face, or tries to. When he is drunk, the boy can easily dodge his slaps and he ends up sprawled on the floor. Even as he is drowning in a sea of liquor, he can sometimes turn unexpectedly serious and start asking questions. "Say, Kime, you've been traveling for a long time, right?" "Uh-huh." "You enjoy it all that much? Going to strange town, meeting strangers can't be all that. So wonderful that you'd be willing to abandon the life you're living now for it?" He asks the same thing over and over. Kime's answer is always the same. Sometimes it's enjoyable, sometimes it's not. He doesn't know what else to say. "You know, Kime, I've never set foot outside this town. Same with my father and my grandfather and my great-grandfather and the one before him. They've always been born here and died here. My wife's family, too. They've had roots in this town for generations. So why did she do it? Why did she leave? What did she need so badly that she had to leave me and her own son?" Kime merely smiles without answering. The answer to such a question cannot be conveyed in words. Try though he might to explain it, the reason certain people are drawn irresistibly to the road can never be understood by people who don't have that impulse. The father is simply one of those people who can never understand. Failing to elicit a reply from Kime, the father sinks again into the sea of drunkenness. "I'm scared, Kime," he says. "My son might do it too. He might go away and leave me here someday. When I hear him talking like a grown-up, I get so scared I can't stand it." The boy's mother eventually comes back. The traveling salesman cheated her out of every last bit of her savings, and the moment she was no longer of any use to him, he left her. Physically and mentally broken, she has only one place to return to, the home she abandoned. First, she writes a letter from the neighboring town. When her husband reads it again and again through drink-clouded eyes, he laughs derisively. "Serves her right, the miserable witch." He makes a show of tearing the letter to pieces in front of Kime without showing it to his son. Kime tells the boy everything and asks him, "What do you want to do?" "Whatever you decide, I'll help you make it happen." "Whatever I decide," the boy asks in return with his usual detached smile. "If you want to leave this town, I'll let you have enough money to help you get by for a while," Kime says. "I can do that much." He is utterly serious. The father has no intention of forgiving his wife. He will almost certainly turn her away as she shows up, probably with a proud, vindictive smile on his face. Kime knows, however, that if the mother loses her home and leaves his town once and for all, the father will go back to drinking every day, cursing his wife's infidelity, bemoaning his own fate, taking out his anger on strangers, and constantly revealing the worst side of himself to his son. Kime's long life on the road has taught him this. Constant travel means meeting many different people, and the boy's father is undoubtedly one of the weakest men Kime has ever met. "You could join your mother and go to another town. Or if you wanted to go somewhere by yourself, I could find you work." Either would be better, Kime believes, than for the boy to continue living alone like this with his father. The boy, however, seemingly intrigued, looks straight at Kime, revealing his white teeth. "You've been traveling a long time, haven't you, Kime?" "Uh-huh." "Always alone?" "Sometimes alone, sometimes not." The boy gives a little nod and with the sad smile of a grown-up says, "You really don't get it, do you?" "What's that?" "All this traveling, you still don't understand the most important thing." His sad smile takes on its usual bitter edge. Kime finally learns what the boy is talking about 3 days later. A tired-looking woman in tattered clothes drags herself from the highway into the marketplace. Townsfolk back away from her, staring, leaving her in the center of a broad, empty circle. The boy's mother has come back. The boy breaks his way through the crowd and enters the circle. The mother sees her son, and her travel-withered cheeks break into a smile. The boy takes one step and another step towards his emaciated, smiling mother. He is hesitant at first, but from the third step he is running, and he throws his arms around her. He is crying. He is smiling. For the first time that Kime has seen, he wears the unclouded smile of a child. I'm sorry, please forgive me," his mother begs in tears. She clasps his head into her bosom and says, smiling through her tears, "You've gotten so big." Then she adds, "I won't leave you again, I'll stay here forever." A stir goes through the crowd. It comes from the direction of the tavern. Now the father breaks through the wall of people and enters the circle. He is drunk. Stumbling, he edges towards his wife and son. He glares at his wife. The boy stands between them, guarding his mother. "Papa, stop it," he yells. "Mama is back. That's enough, isn't it? Forgive her, Papa, please." His voice is choked with tears. The father says nothing in reply. Glaring at the two of them, he collapses to his knees, his arms open wide. He enfolds both his wife and son. The shattered family is one again. "Papa, please don't hold us so tight, it hurts." The boy is crying and smiling. The mother can only sob. The father weeps in his rage. Witnessing the scene from the back of the crowd, Kime turns on his heels. "Are you really leaving?" the boy asks again and again as he accompanies Kime to the edge of town. "I want to get across the ocean before winter sets in." "Papa is already missing you. He says he thought you two could finally become drinking buddies from now on." "You can drink with him when you grow up." "When I grow up, huh?" The boy cocks his head, a little embarrassed when he mutters, "Wonder if I'll still be living in this town then." No one knows that, of course. Maybe some years from now the father will spend his days drunk again because his son has left his home, town, and family. And yet Kime recalls something he forgot to say to the boy's weak father. "We call it a journey because we have a place to come home to. No matter how many detours or mistakes a person might make, as long as he has a place to come home to, a person can always start again." "I don't get it," says the boy. Kime remembers something else. "Smile for me," he says one last time, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Like this?" He reveals his white teeth and his cheeks wrinkle up. It's a good smile. He has finally managed to retrieve the smile of a young boy. "Now your turn, Kime." Sure." The boy studies Kime's smile as if assigning it a grade. "Maybe a little sad," he says. That he is joking makes his words hit home all the more. The boy smiles again as if providing a model for Kime. "Okay then," he says with a wave of hand. "I'm going shopping with Papa and Mama today." Kime smiles back and walks away. Then he hears the boy calling his name one last time. "Even if we're saying goodbye, I'm not going to cry, Kime. Sometimes kids are tougher than grown-ups." Kime does not look back. His only reply a wave of the hand. The boy's expression would probably change if their eyes met. He decides to play it strong to the end. Kime walks on. After a brief respite, his journey with no place to go home to starts again. A journey with no place to go home to. The poets call that wandering. So we're done with this town for right now. So we either need to try to see if we can go to Numara, try to see if we can go to Tosca, or if the one in Tosca is actually missable or not. And then we just have the last one that we can get for now, which is in the mountains.
People of Aura, a shining future awaits us. Years ago, before the magic industrial revolution, our streets were dark. There was barely food to put on our plates, and there was no promise, no use of memories.
What accessory? I've been wondering this because obviously they show a close up whenever it starts one of the dreams, but what accessory do I have on him that's giving him that hairpin? I guess it's the pixie flower. Okay, so we can go to Tosca. Let's see if this one is actually missable. Should be in the inn at the top of the stairs. Okay, so it's not missable. Why does it have the notation that has to be on disc 2? Sure, everyone likes the idea of peace, but I'm sick of the same boring routine day after day. I gotta get out of this village. Not this again. Even when he is trying to look detached, his true feelings show through. He is timid, cowardly, and gentle. He might try his best to put on a threatening expression, but the smile that comes afterward is just indescribably sweet and almost worshipful. This is why Kime is always telling him to forget it. This happens when they are perched on bar stools, or earning a day's pay in the quarry, or walking through the marketplace, or standing on the stone-paved roadway. But why, Big Brother? Tobal says with a pout. He always calls Kime Big Brother, and though Kime has never asked for his companionship, he takes every opportunity to follow him around. He is worshipful in this sense. Please take me with you, Big Brother Kime, when you leave this town. Begs like a child, even though he is old enough to have a regular job. Sailing over the ocean, crossing continents, traveling anywhere you like. My heart starts pounding when I imagine that kind of freedom, he says, his eyes shining like a child's. I've always wanted to meet a traveler like you, Big Brother. Take me with you, please. I can't stand this hick town anymore. He would grab Kime's hand and cling to it like a little boy, and often he would look around at people on the street or at the crowds in the tavern, openly making boyish faces at them to show Kime his disgust. You come from another town, so you know what I'm talking about. The only thing this place has is its history. Sure, it's old, but it's half dead. Look at these people's faces. Not one of them has any spark. All they wanted is to get through one ordinary day after another without any problems. It's the worst place in the world. If I have to stay cooped up here much longer, I'm going to have moss growing on me. No spark? Kime doesn't see it that way. People here behave with the refinement and mild manner appropriate of a historic city known as the ancient capital. They simply have no taste for the kind of ambitions that go with high hopes or danger. Having never set foot outside this place where he was born and raised, Tobal knows nothing about other towns. Kime knows all too much about them. There are those that used to be the left and right banks of a single town separated only by a river, but which now clash in hatred in intense and ongoing war. Towns in the grip of famine where the residents snatch food from one another. Economically flourishing towns rampant with crime driven by greed. Towns of rotting houses abandoned by their people in search of wealth and prosperity, while just over the hill, there sparkle boom towns where the people celebrate their riches all night long. On his endless journey, Kime has seen towns without number, and he not only thinks to himself, but says to Tobal, "This is a good town." But praise is the last thing Tobal wants to hear about his hometown. "You must be joking," he says. "Not at all," says Kime. "This really is a good town." "I'm telling you, that can't be true." "No place is perfect, of course." "I'm not talking about perfection. You've only been here 6 months or so. You don't know. I've been stuck in this hick town since the day I was born. You can't know how I feel. I'm bored out of my mind. I'm sick of the place. I can't stand it anymore." Kime is not unaware of what Tobal is trying to tell him. Still, but no, Kime shakes his head and gives Tobal a sour smile. "You know," he says, "there are some people in this world who would give anything to get a taste of what it's like to have enough peaceful days to make you bored. Well, that may be so. I think you were lucky to have been born in a town like this where the people are so happy. When you sleep in an inn in this town, you don't have to keep your ear cocked all night for threatening sounds in the hallway. Young women can walk the streets at night without a dagger for protection. Children have plenty of plain but nourishing food, and they play outdoors until the sun goes down. Life on the road teaches you these things. The more towns you see, the more deeply the lesson leaves its mark on you. The kinds of things that Tobal takes for granted are in fact the indispensable keys to happiness." "I'm not so sure, Big Brother. Isn't happiness making your dreams come true? If all you need to do is go on living in peace and security, what's the point of living at all?" Tobal is not just being perverse and arguing for the sake of arguing. Eyes locked on Kime's, he is asking these questions in all seriousness and sincerity. Kime recognizes that Tobal is an absolutely straightforward fellow, and that, precisely because he had a comfortable, untroubled upbringing, he has come to feel constrained in the town where he was born. The irony of it calls forth a twinge of pain in Kime's breast. This in turn provokes him to challenge Tobal. "So tell me, what is your dream?" "My dream? That's obvious, isn't it? To get the hell out of this place as soon as possible." "And go where?" Anywhere but here." "And what will you do when you get there?" "I don't know." What if you end up someplace that's not at all what you're expecting? I said I don't know, didn't I? Stop being so hard on me, big brother. I'm not being hard on you. These are things you have to think about. Well, I've had enough. An outsider like you can't possibly know how I feel. Though he stalks away in anger, Toba will be back in the morning, as worshipful as ever of his big brother. He has the simple, carefree personality of a child. Tobal has a wife, the young, still girlish Angela, whom he has known since childhood. Angela carries with her the crystallization of their love. Tobal will soon become a father. Tobal's parents, relatives, and friends shower their blessings upon the young couple, who will soon be young parents. But Tobal says to Kime, I don't want this. Glowering, he all but spits the words out as the two sit at the far end of the tavern's bar. Don't want to be a father? Kime asks, which only increases the bitterness of Tobal's expression. Tobal nods, but as if to negate this answer, he mutters, No, I'm glad enough to have a kid. How could I not be happy about that? But I don't know. I just don't want this. He can't quite put it into words, he says. He cocks his head a few times as if to explain himself and then swigs down his liquor. You don't have a family, do you, big brother? No, I don't. What does it feel like to be all alone in the world? Kime's only answer is a strained smile. Tobal interprets Kime's expression in silence to suit himself. You're absolutely free, right? Of course you are. No load to bear, no leg irons. You think kids are leg irons? In a word, yes. To tell the truth, Angela is too. And my parents, when they get old, they'll be another burden. Working every day for Angela and the kid, raising the kid, taking care of my old parents, and my life ends. That's what the birth of a child is. It's like a life sentence. You're stuck. Kime does not nod in agreement with this. Neither does he try to argue against it. Tobal interprets his silence too, as he sees fit. I know what you're thinking, he frowns. Shut up, kid, you don't know what you're talking about. Kime says nothing. Tobal, uncomfortable, looks away. I'm glad, he says, more to himself than to Kime. I'm glad to be having a kid with Angela. I'm going to do everything I can for them. It's true, I wouldn't lie to you. You have to believe me, big brother. I really am happy, and I know I'm going to have to work hard. Yes, I know, says Kime. I'm happy, but at the same time, I don't want it. Not that I'm embarrassed about it or anything, it's just that, I don't know. I don't want to give up this whole business and run away somewhere far away. Oh, I want to give up this whole business and run away somewhere far away. So now the truth comes out, Kime says with a laugh. What do you mean? You just said you want to run away, not travel. This is probably Tobal's true feeling, to which he gives grudgingly assent. I suppose so. How else can I put it? Kime almost wishes he had been a little tougher on Tobal. How would Tobal answer if he said, for example, You know, Tobal, you started talking about traveling with me around the same time Angela's belly started to swell. What would the look on Tobal's face be like if he asked, If a family is leg irons, why did you even propose to Angela? How would Tobal shift his gaze if he confronted him with, You know, Tobal, if you want to get out of this town so badly, you don't have to travel with me. Just take off by yourself. But Kime doesn't have the meanness to ask such questions, nor is he given to meddling in people's private affairs. Instead, he drains his cup of its last few drops and says only, Let's get out of here. Even after they have left the tavern, Tobal goes on about the stupidity of living the rest of his life in this town. The broad night sky is clear, the moon is out and perfectly round. I'm asking you again, big brother. When you leave this town, just say the word to me. Wouldn't it be better for you two to have a traveling companion? Tobal is starting to go in circles again when Kime interrupts him. Didn't you want to get out of here all by yourself? Traveling with a companion is not exactly a solo trip. No, well, you see, you're right. I'd just go part way with you. You can let me tag along a little while, and then I'll take off on my own. You just slow me down. I know that. Traveling is hard, sure, and my life might even be in danger sometimes. I know that. That's what makes it so thrilling. Risking your life is no game. Look, if I turn out to be a drag on you, can just leave me behind. That's it. I wouldn't mind that. I mean, Look, I'm ready to leave my parents and my wife and kid behind. This is never going to end. Kime nods with a sigh, says, All right. You'll take me with you? Tobal's face lights up. I've been in this town too long. It's Kime. I've been in this town too long, says Kime. About time for me to get out there walking with the wind in my face. Yeah, that's it. Walk with the wind in your face. Life on the road. When do we leave? It's getting pretty late in the year. You don't want to be on the road in the winter, do you? Say, how about after the snow in the pass is melted? Kime points to the moon hanging in the night sky. Huh? Tobal seems puzzled as he looked up. Tonight this moon is perfectly round again after it's waned and waxed. Meaning? Exactly 1 month from tonight. Tobal's face starts to move as if he wants to say something.
Sanctify!
Hey, Irby, how you doing? He probably wants to say, that's too soon. His face betrays a look of hesitation and confusion that was absent when he was engaged in his usual endless chatter. A month from now, that's the middle of winter, big brother. I know that. Won't it be hard getting through the pass? You don't want to go? No, that's not it. You don't like it. You don't have to come with me. Leaving the night of the next full moon. That's all there is to it. Okay then, big brother, I'll go. I'm definitely in. The night of the next full moon. Angela will be having her baby right around then. The month slips by. Toward the beginning, Tobal is excited. Whenever they meet, he reminds Kime, Don't forget your promise, big brother. After the waning moon has disappeared from the sky, however, he begins to grow more reserved. The vanished moon reappears in the sky, and as it waxes little by little, Tobal stops trailing after Kime. Sometimes he goes so far as to slip away through the crowd when he sees Kime approaching in the marketplace. Kime notices Tobal's change in attitude. It is something he expected to happen, was even counting on. Hands upon her swollen belly, Angela wears a smile of deep serenity as she shops at the market. Not just Tobal, but everyone who encounters that smile of hers must surely come to realize this. The dreams of the young, to be sure, involve doing what you want to do. That is not the only kind of dream there is. When people grow up, they see that there is another kind of dream, and that is to wish for the smile of the one you love and the one who loves you in return, and long for it always and forever. That is another kind of dream that people come to understand when they grow up. The moon is full again. In its perfect roundness, the moon floods the empty stone-paved road with brilliant light. Tobal comes running, out of breath, to the empty room where Kime has completed his preparations for travel. Tobal is carrying nothing. He has not even changed out of his everyday clothing. Big brother, I'm so sorry, he pants, gasping for breath. He ducks his head repeatedly before Kime an apology. You changed your mind, Kime asks, trying not to smile. No, not at all. I'm going to go. I'm planning to go with you, big brother, only... Angela went into labor as the sun was going down, he says. They called the town's most skilled and experienced midwife, but Tobal still hasn't heard the baby cry. Birth is taking much longer than it should. Angela is giving it everything she's got. My mother and father are praying for all they're worth, so at least until the baby's safely born, I want to stay with Angela. She says it calms her down to hold my hand, so, well, I really can't leave her now. Kime nods to him with full understanding. So please, big brother, wait just a little longer. As soon as I've seen the baby born, I'll leave home, I swear. I'll definitely go, so just a little longer. Even as he speaks, his feet are stamping impatiently on the ground with his eagerness to rush back home. I understand, says Kime. I'll wait until the moon is directly overhead in the night sky. Don't worry, it won't take that long. You'll just have to wait a little while, just a very short while. No hurry. But on the other hand, I want you to promise me one thing. What's that? The baby is born, I want you to hold it in your arms. Don't come back here until you've held the baby, understood? Tobal looks at him with a puzzled expression, but he nods in agreement and says, Understood, I'll do exactly that, big brother, so be sure to wait for me. Tobal charges out of the room with even greater force than when he came in. The sound of his footsteps running on the stone pavement draws away, and when Kime is sure he's gone, a smile slowly spreads across his face. Tobal never comes back. As the moon reaches its zenith and begins to dip toward the west, signs of light appear in the eastern sky. Kaim approaches a mountain pass on the edge of town. He will be traveling alone. Heading up to the pass, he walks swiftly as if to shake off the sound of Tobal's voice remaining in his ears. Big brother Kaim, I'm sorry, big brother, I'm sorry. You can imagine the voice all too clearly and Tobal bowing his head in abject apology. There is no need for him to hear the actual voice. Long after he has left the town, he will continue to see Tobal's worshipful smile in the eye of his mind. Tobal would not have provided much support as a traveling companion, but a journey together would likely have given them both much to laugh about. But never mind, this is just fine, Kaim tells himself and ups his pace even more. He is not the least bit resentful or angry at Tobal for having broken his promise. Quite the contrary. He would like to bless Tobal for having chosen to stay in his native place and protect his home. All the more so because this is a dream that can never come true for Kaim himself. A frigid wind tears through the pre-dawn pass. The cries of a newborn baby could ride on that wind to be heard up here. Kaim chuckles at the thought. Would Tobal abandon his dream to leave his hometown? Or will he start looking for another big brother who will help him conceal his fear of going on the road alone? Kaim has no way to tell. Best to leave it unresolved. Tobal could not take the road the night his child was born. The hands with which he held his newborn baby were useless for travel preparations. If only for that reason he took one step toward becoming a grown-up. Let's go, Kaim mutters to himself as he crosses over the pass. Look, Angela, he's smiling. The happy smile that Tobal fixed on his baby will be travel companion enough for Kaim until he reaches the next town. Other one. Cliff of the North Cape. So this one we can't get to right now because we can't go to the Crimson Forest, but these two we can. So we can't go to Numara. So this is the last dream we can get right now. Ypsilon Mountains Valley Road. We have to head to the Valley Road portion of it. Just wish I knew if the north or south was closer to that. Oh. Okay, we're already here. Event triggers near a large tree on the east side of the main road. Did we ever drop anything else?
Don't overdo it!
It's actually kind of funny that she learned something off of such a low-level encounter. Here we go. I don't know how you're supposed to find this one without a guide, because it's literally just walking through an old dungeon after a certain part of the game. This forest is home to a priceless treasure. A marvelous and exceedingly rare creature lives here. You could search the entire continent and never find another such habitat.
Of course, the value of our treasure is not apparent at first glance.
Village elder holds a cup of liquor made from fermented berries as he speaks. His ancestors have kept watch over this tiny village for generations. It is summer, and the mass cries of a million cicadas pour down upon the small fort that guards the entrance to the village. The chorus of insects sounds like a steady rain.
I wonder if you gentlemen understand what I mean.
The elder scans a dozen or so powerfully built men gathered at the fort. All of them wear a look of puzzlement. All but one, that is.
You said your name is Kai.
Asked one of the villagers.
You seem to know what he's talking about.
Kime nods and points upward. It's the cicadas, he says. A stir goes through the villagers. With a delighted smile, the elder says,
So you know, do you?
Far from delighted, the men in armor share suspicious glances. All are mercenaries. They have been hired by the villagers to protect the forest's treasure.
Hey, wait just a second there,
rumbles the voice of one soldier, perhaps emboldened by the liquor.
You telling me this treasure we're supposed to protect is just the cicadas? What's so special about them? They're everywhere.
That is true, says the elder. Just why I said the value of our treasure is not obvious at first glance.
They sound like just any cicadas I've ever heard.
Another one of the mercenaries says with a look of amazement.
Yeah, how is this chorus of cicadas different from any other? They sound just like the ones in my hometown.
The other soldiers laugh in agreement.
Absolutely, says one. No difference, says the other.
The elder and the villagers, however, are not amused. They turn to Kime as the elder and ask him,
Will you help us protect our treasure?
That is what I'm here to do, he replies.
Tell me again, Kime. Do you really know the meaning of the treasure of this forest?
I do.
And let me ask you this. Do you know when this summer's battle will bear fruit?
Kime takes a sip of his liquor. A sip of his liquor, releases a long, slow breath, and says, In 75 years. We're fighting for the summer 75 years from now. Is that what you mean? Another stir goes through the group of villagers. The elder, with a great look of satisfaction, nods deeply and refills Kime's cup. To the stunned mercenaries, the elder says,
We have protected our cicada chorus generation after generation. The ones who made it possible to hear this summer's chorus, listen, it sounds like pouring rain, are the villagers who were grown-up men 75 years ago when I was just a boy.
The chorus that shook the forest last summer was protected 76 years ago, and next summer the cicadas protected 74 years ago will start singing together. This is how we have protected the forest cicadas over the years.
Do you gentlemen see how much it means to us?
It is a matter of simple arithmetic. After the eggs are buried in the ground, the cicadas that live in the forest spend 75 long years in the larval stage. At last, in the summer of their 75th year, they become mature insects, come out of the ground, and sing like mad in the treetops for the short week or two they remain alive. Just before they die, they come down from the trees, mate, and bury their eggs in the ground. New crop of eggs then spend their 75 long years in the earth.
The fact that we can hear the cicada chorus this summer means only one thing, that the forest was at peace 75 years ago. Similarly, if the forest remains at peace this summer, villagers will be able to hear the chorus 75 years from now. We have used what little money we have to pay you gentlemen to assemble here for this. Make the forest resound with the cicada chorus in 75 years.
All the mercenaries but Kime openly show their disappointment.
Wait just a second now, Grandpa, says one soldier standing ramrod straight. You mean to say we're supposed to risk our lives to protect a bunch of bugs? Exactly. And even supposing we succeed in what we risk our lives for now, the results won't show up for 75 years? It's precisely what I mean. Come on, old man, you must be kidding. If it were money or valuables, that would be one thing, but we might lose our lives here. And for what, bugs? Well, you are mercenaries after all. Okay now, Grandpa, I'm going to ask you one last time. I know this village is poor, and I know you people have had to scrimp and save to put this money together. There's no question about that. But when you say this is for bugs, for 75 years from now, you're not living in the same world I'm living in. For something like that, you're willing to spend every last bit of money you've got, and in the bargain, get us to gamble our lives? Are you insane?
We want the children 75 years from now to hear the cicada chorus for themselves. What's so strange about that? Now we are having trouble understanding you.
Don't toy with me, old man. I can't take a job like that.
The man shouts and storms out of the fort. Some of the other mercenaries call out to him.
Hey, wait for me. I'm coming with you. It's got lives for bugs. A rotten deal, that is.
And they hurry after him. One man after another disappears with a parting remark.
I'm keeping my advance, though, several of them add.
The only fighter left in the fort is Kime. The downpour of cicada cries continues unabated. The whole forest sounds like one gigantic creature. One young man is working the lookout post at the fort in place of the departed mercenaries. He asks Kime, "Are you all right with this?" "Fine. I knew what I was getting myself into."
"I heard after they left, those men are a bad bunch."
"It's true. They're really in it for what they can get after the job is done. They're fine until they finish protecting the village from the enemy. Then they start asking for bonuses. They grab valuables and harass villagers.
We saved the villages for you, right? Wouldn't hurt to give us a little extra, they say. The reason this year's mercenaries quit is because they realized there was no hope of any bonuses out of this village. Why did you stay, Kime? The young man asked him. There must have been a lot of jobs that would have paid you more. Just thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to risk my life for something 75 years in the future for a change, that's all. The young man nods his head thoughtfully. Tells Kime one of the old stories of the village. Long, long ago, way before I was born, when the elder was still a boy, it was a summer when the cicadas didn't sing at all. Of course, this means that 75 years before that, there was a battle that ravaged the forest. The elder says that the summer forest without the cicada chorus was so sad and lonely it was horrifying. It actually gave him the chills. The trees themselves were alive, but it felt as if the whole forest had died. Sitting alone in the silent forest, he felt so lonely he wanted to cry, and worse, he felt intense anger toward our ancestors for not having protected the forest 75 years earlier. The elder tells his story whenever he's had a little too much to drink. Kime nods in silence. I know all about that, he almost let him say, but he swallows his word and smiles instead. The young man goes on. So anyhow, when the elder was sitting and crying in the forest, he says a traveler came along. A young man, big and strong, a man like you, Kime. He said to the elder, Don't ever forget how sad and lonely you are today. When you grow up, make sure you never let the children who will come 75 years after you feel this way. The elder says he doesn't remember the man's face, but he will never forget his words. Tell the story to the young people of the village over and over. Kime nods again, saying nothing, but the skin of his back seems to creep beneath his shirt. All these years, the elder has kept the promise he made to the traveler. No matter how much the merchants might have pressed him, he has never let them do anything that will ruin the forest. He has kept on good terms with the neighboring villages to avoid making enemies. He has sometimes entered into dealings that were not to our advantage and lost many chances for us to make money. This is why the village is still so poor. The young man gives a self-deprecating chuckle. Still, not one person in the village resents the elder for what he's done. The village kids have always gone into the forest to bathe themselves in the shower of the cicada chorus. That's just how we grew up. Took it for granted. We all feel nothing but gratitude toward the elder, and all the ancestors who came before him, who have enabled us to hear the cicada chorus every year. Kime says nothing in reply, but he begins to savor the creeping feeling across his back. He brings to mind the face of that young boy he met so long ago, more than 80 years ago. Why aren't the cicadas singing, the boy sobs. Why is there not even one cicada this year? Why did our ancestors burn down the forest back then? But he had a gleam in his eye, and that same gleam, hidden by wrinkles, still resides in the eyes of the elder. Passed down from one generation to the next, it is there in the eyes of the young man guarding the fort with Kime. This is the very reason that Kime is here. Now the village, which has kept the peace for so many years, is about to be attacked. The neighboring country is expanding its power. Its army has violated the border and is heading this way. The prospects for victory are slim. The elder says, If you can get us through this summer, that is all we need. All we ask is you help us prevent them from devastating the forest until the cicadas have planted their eggs. The neighboring country is not likely to show much interest in this poor village, which is merely a pathway for the army marching toward the city beyond the forest. If the village can hold out until the end of the summer and surrender with the coming of fall, the enemy will probably charge straight through the forest and head for the city. The elder says, And when, after a nice little visit, they leave us, we'll have to offer them a parting gift. They can have this worn-out old head of mine. Laughing, he mimes cutting his own head off. The elder has transcended any unseemly attachment to the world. He has lived a full life. Now all he wants to do with his remaining time is to give the children 75 years in the future the chance to hear the cicadas. Tell me one thing, Kime says to the young man, bringing his sword closer to hand. What's that? When you're grown up, will you be able to bet your life on a future that is still 75 years away? I will, he replies without the slightest hesitation. We can't see the joyful faces of children 75 years from now, but I do know that the forest has to be filled with the crying of the cicadas every summer, whether now or next year or 75 years from now or even beyond that. That's what they call the grown-up's responsibility. And I'm not the only one who believes this. All the young people of the village do. The Elder has raised some good young people, I see. What's that? Did you say something? No, nothing at all. Chaim holds himself in readiness, staring straight ahead. Dust clouds well up on the horizon. An enemy unit seems to be approaching. The cicadas cry without ceasing. The enemy is coming. Alright, it's time. Chaim heads out to battle. The cicada chorus reverberates endlessly as if playing the song of life. Alright. Trauma time is over for now. That's the last one we can get until the actual ship gets upgraded. Try save. I wonder if that empty space next to it means I need a higher level locator. Might be what it means. If so, that's the only one I can get right now. So North Cape. Alright. And now, basically we push story until we get to the point of no return before the final boss, and then we can start doing side stuff. So let's see how much of this dungeon we can get through in 45 minutes.
It's been a long time.
It certainly has.
You've been here before?
Yeah, I never thought I'd be back.
Yep, we need it again, though.
Need what?
The power that comes from synergy with magic energy.
There is a technique to amplify the various powers that abound in nature. It uses a unique form of psychic energy by means of spells that have existed since ancient times. They say there is a stone that this psychic energy is bound within. That's what you mean, right?
Ah, you sure know your stuff. But I guess after 1,000 years, I mean, who wouldn't?
Hey, that's enough.
Ow! My! I
Jeez.
hate when she does that.
Moms are like that.
Wait, back up. So the treasure you're talking about is a stinking rock? There was plenty where we came from.
Yeah, there's a magic stone somewhere around here that binds the psychic energy of our ancient ancestors. I risked my life to get one a long time ago. That's what made the Nautilus more powerful than any other ship in the world.
Oh, well, that clears it up.
A waste of power.
What's the matter?
With the power of the stone, the people here flourished. But this power also brought them to ruin.
Yes.
The same thing is going to happen again.
This time, we'll see more changes. There is more magic energy now, and I think it's more sinister.
Look, something's floating in the air. What is that thing? This is probably an ancient transportation device. I can sense some spirit magic residue left in it. And it's the same as what we saw in the Crimson Forest. This is the work of the Eastern tribe. Thought maybe I could jump over that, but I guess there's only one way to go.
Oh, come on, give me a break.
Okay. This calls you must answer.
I must write about this in my journal.
That was a long time to load back in for just a battle. Man, that move hits hard.
Byproduct X? That's a new one. What is with the encounter rate in this area? Like every 3 steps. I mean, it seems to be. It seems like the encounters are even taking longer to load in too. That squash move has got to be like percentage-based damage.
Friends, give me strength.
Yep, that's Seth's son. Oh, right. They finished learning. Yeah, I was actually talking about that the other day with Ragna, I think. I was basically wondering to myself, is this the type of stuff that he wanted to make, and Square made him tone it down? Like, did he essentially, like, want some of his Final Fantasy games to be, you know, a more mature cast, and Square kept telling him no? I mean, obviously we're never gonna know, because it's kind of an unspoken thing that Japanese businesses don't really badmouth each other. So, even if that is the case, I don't think anybody would ever say so.
Yeah. Because, I mean, when he made Mistwalker, I'm pretty sure Blue Dragon came before this. So his first game was Blue Dragon, which you could arguably say that was his version of Dragon Quest, because that one was more, you know, kid-focused and adventure-y. So you could argue that's his Dragon Quest, whereas, I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody agrees this is practically a Final Fantasy in all but name alone. So, I mean, this may be how he wanted to make Final Fantasy. This may be how he wanted to make Final Fantasy for a couple of installments before he left, and, you know, higher-ups at Square might have kept telling him to water it down or change this or whatever, but like I said, that's all speculation. I just wish he didn't make such terrible choices, especially considering none of the Mistwalker games have ever been ported anywhere else. I just wish he didn't make such terrible choices in which consoles he picked to put his games on. Well, this is a 5-man party, not 6. And honestly, the only thing that really drags about combat is the loading in and the loading out before and after. Maybe you could, like, if you were doing a remaster or a remake or something, you could add like a speed up for the actual attack animations. But the number one thing is the loading in and loading out of combat. And that's what I'm saying, like, you could have, like, you know, like a fast forward, kind of like they do in Trails to speed up the animations, or maybe even a button to skip the animations like a lot of the Nippon Ichi games do. But yeah, the number one thing, and I try not to let it get to me, is the loading in and out. Which, if they made a remake, that would be a non-issue whatsoever, because if they did a remake, it would be on a more powerful system, so automatically the load times would go down, probably to nothing. Unless for some reason they chose to keep the panning around the arena in, because obviously every battle starts with them panning the camera around the arena, but that's to hide the load time. So the only way I could think that would stay is if they decided that, oh no, that was obviously a stylistic choice, we should leave that in, which would be dumb. But I suppose there's a chance of that happening if they ever made one, but even still, I think that's outside of their mobile games, which I'm sure they're raking in money left and right with their mobile games because they're mobile games. Like, they just made all the wrong decisions on where to release their games. I don't know. I just know that that's what they've been doing for a while now. Basically, ever since the last story up until... I think it was that one, and I think there might have been one more. Okay. So... they did Blue Dragon. They did Archaic Sealed Heat on the DS, which I tried to play that, but it is like 100% stylus. It was actually an interesting concept for like a strategy RPG, but like it used the stylus so much that I couldn't stand it. And then Lost Odyssey, the Blue Dragon games for DS, and then Away. Honestly, I take it back. The DS games probably made them money too. Like the mobile games and the DS games they probably did pretty good with money on those. Last Story, I don't know how well that did, but just for the simple fact that they put it on, like, I've seen it, and again, this, like, Last Story looked like it was trying to be another Final Fantasy-ish type game. By that I mean, you know, production value, and they did it on the Wii, which was such a low-power console that it ended up looking like a PS2 Final Fantasy game. And then Party Wave, Blade Guardian, 3 Terra Battles, all on mobile, and now Fantasian. But yeah, all of their bigger profile games like Last Story, Blue Dragon, Lost Odyssey, like that little trilogy of them trying to do more high profile, high production games, they all just went to the wrong systems. Like, I'm fairly certain all 3 of those games should be, like, very well regarded and remembered in, like, the JRPG community. All of those should be very well regarded games, but nobody's fucking played them. Yeah. Like, the closest thing they have, like, they hadn't done any type of, like, full, normal JRPG style game in, like, 10 years. And the closest thing they have right now is Fantasian, which, again, they put it on iOS. If they release that on Steam, or, as much as I hate to say it, because I hate how everybody always says, put everything on Switch. If they put it on Switch or Steam or something, it would sell like crazy. Like, I hate... I hate rallying towards the side of put things on Switch, but if they put it on Switch, if they put it on any console other than just iOS, it would sell like crazy. And I know that technical limits should not be a problem, since it's an iOS game. It should be able to go onto everything. I wouldn't be surprised if there are, like, third-party companies that do ports that would be begging them to do the port for it, and they're saying no. I'm standing on it, but how come it's not moving? Maybe it's broken. Well, it looks like it's getting power. Maybe it's not set to automatic operation. There should be a manual override switch around here somewhere. Maybe this glowing thing is a switch. Should we try it out? One of the reasons why I point out so much that they would have made more money if they tried to remake or redo these games is that, like, these 3 games, Blue Dragon, Lost Odyssey, and Last Story, I know they pumped money into these games to make them. And I don't know if they made their money back or made a small profit, but they definitely could get way more if they put it on a system where it had, you know, just more exposure from the JRPG audience. Whereas all the, like, the DS games and the mobile games and all that, like I said, I'm sure they made money off of those, but those are also games that they didn't have to put much money into them. But it's just every time they decide to make a big swing and put money into something with more production value, they drop the ball on where they put it. Hey, what's that light? Another switch, maybe.
But we can't reach it if we're riding on this plate. Great, we're stuck, aren't we? Why did they have to build this place like a damn dungeon puzzle? On top of that, going straight is getting us nowhere. This plate won't move till we get over there. So how the heck do we get through here? Perhaps one of us could just stay here and operate the plates. That's exactly what we can do. We don't have any choice. Let's split up here. Kime, you go with Cook's group along the bottom path, and the rest of us will go around from the top. This structure was used long ago by the Eastern tribes, so there has to be a way to get to that, up to that door. Let's try to meet up there. What's this sparking thing? Is this one of the plates? Get away from that, it's dangerous. Oh, he'll be alright. You think we can use this, though?
Why is the encounter rate so high here?
That was close.
We've taken the advantage. Sorry, got homework to do.
I think I need to actually make my way out to the save point. Except it looks like I can't. Am I actually locked into this section?
too fast.
No, this is back on the storyline. Like this is the first storyline dungeon of the 4th disc.
That was a close one.
Oh my god, what is with this encounter rate? Hey Aqua, congratulations.
You know, it's tough being so popular.
I mean, there's lots of jobs where you could say that all you do is watch people. I'm pretty sure a lot of I want to say a lot of teachers from like elementary to almost middle school would describe their job that way. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of jobs where you could just reduce it down to you're watching people. Pretty much every security job, too. Oh, not even that. It's way more that a lot of people have the, if it's not what I do, it's not a real job. Like, there's a lot of people that have that attitude that if you're not doing what they're doing, it's not a real job. Shares absorb HP or MP with all allies when attacking. Learned something. She did. Eventually, I want everybody to have persistence. Wait. Don't you think it's dangerous without Kai and the others still with us? Let's hook up with them already. So where did that one that they rammed end up falling?
That was close.
He's learned everything he can learn right now. Really nothing in here?
Out of my way! What a waste of time.
Okay, what is stand firm? Reduces GC loss when attacked for a short while. That's That'd probably be good if it was a passive, but it's an activatable. Okay. we're both here. What do we have to do to get them to meet up? Do I have to talk to him? Okay. Ah, the light turned green. I believe the transportation system is restored now. With that back on, it should be a cinch if we wanted to go back. Okay, so how do I go back? Because I should have ended like 15 minutes ago, but I was locked in here where I couldn't make it back to a save point. So how do I go back? This thing said that I should easily be able to go back now that teleportation is done, but it doesn't actually do anything when I go on it, and I do need to go back because I need to save and end. I guess when them saying that the system was back up, it just meant that those things weren't one way anymore.
Let's take him now.
I'm out of here.
Come on.
We've taken the advantage.
I'm out of here.
Alright, finally. Alright. Now, we finally got out of there. Like I said, I would have ended close to 20 minutes ago, except when I hit that spot where the party splits into two, I couldn't actually backtrack to the entrance because all those little lifts were one way. I guess that's what they meant when that, like, sigil lit up and they said that the transportation, the system was back up, is that they're two-way now, so I could actually go back, but we'll continue that dungeon tomorrow. This this stream was mostly sad stories and trauma, but that's because I seriously thought that all of those dreams that I had missed in discs 1 and 2 were missable. I thought you couldn't get them afterwards, but when I found out that I could, I figured I might as well get them all now. There's 4 total. There's 1 that I missed in disc 2, but we just can't go back to that location yet, and then 3 more that I have to wait for the ship to get upgraded to go get. But that's only 4 more 4 more memory trauma jumps for Kime to have left. And I don't know how many dungeons are in the 4th disc, because this is the first one. Looks like there's 4? This is the one I'm in now. And then it says Numara, but that's a city. I don't know if we're going... I don't know if we're going to have to retake the city or if we're just revisiting the city, so that might actually be another dungeon. And then there's 3 more after that. So probably just a few more streams, depending on how much of the side content I want to do, because a lot of it is like the treasure hunts, and then those royal seals that we found all across the game that we can actually go get now that we have Tolton with us. Just a lot of like running around grabbing stuff basically, so it just depends on how much of it I feel like doing. But yeah, we'll continue this tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. I'm going to go ahead and try to get out of here quick now since I already went over, so let me go ahead and give shoutouts to everyone and then get going. Wabon, Kaz, Aqua, Ragna, Irby, Namulala. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play. Thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. As I said, we'll continue this tomorrow. And should only be a few more streams till we finish. And I'm guessing 2 to 3 maybe? Maybe 4? Like I said, depends on how much of the side stuff I feel like doing. But as for right now, let me see if I can find someone to raid. Let's go ahead and go to Mediscoto. Those of you who are here can get some of your fighting game fix because he's playing Guilty Gear Strive. So, as always, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi, hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!